And how is it working out for you and your team coming out of a game yesterday? How are the muscles holding up? And what is the game plan going into the game today?
We got a lot pace heavy today with prime fast bowlers. I think the toss has gone in our favor as well. So we would be like to exploiting that thing for us. Yeah.
And are there any changes to your side?
Yeah, we got a couple of fast bowlers coming in. So Honest and Juan comes in, Shreyas and another guy sits out.
Well, thank you very much and have a great game.
Thank you so much.
Game not, or the toss not going your way, unfortunately. Had you won the toss, what would you have done and why?
We would have bowled first, but looking at the wicket, I feel that it's going to stay the same for 40 overs. So just the outfield due might be a factor, but I think it's a game. Whoever holds their nerves would be on the winning side.
And how are those nerves coming from game day yesterday?
We actually played a good game yesterday. I think we had more positives than the negatives, but the result didn't go in our favor. So boys are looking forward to come back strong and get a W in their belt today.
And are there any changes to your side?
No, we're playing the same 11 yesterday.
Well, thank you so much and best of luck. And there you have it. The news out of the middle. It's the Thunderbolts have won the toss and they're going to be having a bowl first.
Well, both the skippers made it clear at the toss. They wanted to bowl first, but obviously the toss was won by Seattle Thunderbolts and they had to make the call. It's another cloudy morning and Monali has rushed back to the comm box and she's settled in alongside me. A very good morning and a very warm welcome.
Good morning and thank you, Faisal. Very excited to be back here at day number 2 at the Houston Open 2025. And we're here for ball number 1. Bit of extra pace, extra bounce to start things off. Great to see the big pacer get into the action early on. Again, very similar conditions to yesterday. It's overcast conditions. A breeze continues to blow. This time they're starting at the highway end, which means they're bowling with the wind. I'm surprised we've not seen more people do that yesterday, use the wind to their advantage. We expect to see some movement because of the overcast conditions. It is the same surface that we played on yesterday. So expecting very similar scores to yesterday, expecting very similar movement to yesterday. It's going to be the first runs off the bat. Push down the ground for a single, and they're off.
The interesting thing, if you look back at the action yesterday, the ball did come on a bit better with the newer ball. People were able to hit through the line on top of the bounce with the newer ball, but batting got difficult and difficult as the day wore on. So much so that in the last innings of the day, team got bundled out for 60, and they were a formidable side, the Clarion Eagles. They couldn't get past 60, chasing only 110 set by Atlanta Fire for them. So the batters and the team management will have to come up with plans here to see what is a good total, because I'm pretty sure we're not going to see 180 or 200 on this kind of surface in this kind of weather.
Getting the field sorted out as they drop third man deep. There's a fine leg as well. 2 slips in place. Point.
Already another variation in at the start of play is that yesterday all day we saw fast bowlers operating from the end to the right of our commentary box, but this morning quick bowlers, hook bowler, it started the proceedings from the far end, the highway end. Still getting the ball to go through fairly nicely with the newish ball. Movement almost cut him in half. Probably hit him on the back thigh. Well, it's not quite cold here, but still it might have given him a phase, and he's feeling the pinch out there.
I really like this. I was hoping to see a pacer coming in from the highway end and bowl with the wind. And the wind is not necessarily going right along the pitch, it's going just across from left to right-handed batter. So we expect to see some movement. We expect to see the pace being helped by the strong winds as well. Just seeing a few more discussions. I'm not sure if there's been an injury. The batter is down. And it looks like we're going to have a short break in play. We'll be back momentarily. Well, back to the action. Batter able to continue. Faisal, you might shed some light on what's happened in the last delivery right into the crown jewels.
Anybody who's played cricket, they know what happens. And that nip backer really was a good delivery. Once again, onto his body. This time a little fuller, easier for Gaurav Bajaj to get himself going. It's a funny occurrence on a cricket field. Somebody's scrambling around with pain and all the others just laughing around him.
It is pretty comical, if I'm being honest. Of course,
It does, unless if you've got hit.
I've got no comparison, of course, to whatever it is that you guys go down about, but this should be taken, and it is. A very easy chance in the end. Hit straight down the throat of mid-on. Just didn't have the timing on it. And unfortunately, that's going to be the first wicket. We see an early wicket here at Houston Open, match day number 2.
The Raiders 2 for 1. The USA national skipper Monak Patel has joined Gaurav Bajaj. Testing conditions earlier on.
Rolling a very good line here, Honest, trying to keep it as straight as possible, not allowing for much room at all. This is played down just straight past the bowler for a quick single. What's your take on par score today, Faisal?
Well, I was just having a chat to a couple of the players, and what went by yesterday, I think anything around 130 should be par, at least for the first game. But more importantly, one of the top four probably needs to realize that and make sure they don't end up losing too many wickets too soon and leaving tailenders to do the job with the bat. What?
Pull that wide as that's wide. Into the right-hander. It's been a very good action. Tries and brings it nice and back into the right-hander. We saw just one game so far where the power play overs were taken advantage of. It was game number 1 yesterday. Very decent partnership between Nitish Kumar and Rahul Jariwala. Unfortunately, since then, that's an edge, and that's gone down. Chance created, chance put down, and we'll have to see how expensive this ends up being. Very hard for the bowlers who are coming in, steaming in, and creating these opportunities. It was going to be a tough take though behind the stumps. The wicketkeeper full stretch dive to his right.
Well, the plan was set, the field was set, the edge was found, but then the last bit of the plan didn't quite work out. It carried nicely, excellent bounce as well off the wicket. And if you talk about wicket keeping catches, the wicketkeeper saw it all the way. So although it felt like it was a little bit away from him, he had to dive, but he had the clear side of ball all throughout from bowler's hand off the edge and onto his gloves. So that'll be definitely an opportunity missed.
Well, the keeper is standing quite far back as well. A bowler going into the wind this time. Trying to come down the track, just not quite there to get under the ball. As that's going to wrap up over number 2. It's 5 for 1. All right, time for over number 3. Monak Patel, tons of experience in that bat. And quite surprised that he has not captained this side. He does captain the USA side, the USA men's side, coming off of a lot of runs in the Cayman Islands recently at the North America Cup. Performing in almost every single game and victorious at the end as they took on Canada in the final. Had a really decent start to the World Cup as well last year. And unfortunately an injury ending his World Cup journey earlier than he would have liked.
It was a big blow at the time as well because the kind of form that he was in. Everybody went up in unison. The umpire said nothing doing. No wide given, so it must have got something along the way. But once again, with the wind, the ball is carrying a long way. Our commentary box is positioned at just around backward square leg, so we could actually see how far the wicketkeeper is standing and how much the ball is carrying into his gloves. Almost waist height, most of these deliveries.
This is what you want to see from your pace bowlers too, isn't it? Shy at the stumps, a direct hit. Looked like he was in fairly safe. He has dropped his bat. We see that a lot these days, don't we? Batter running in, sliding in, and then they just drop the bat. Getting that express pace, getting the movement on the ball, and the carry to the wicketkeeper.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is one of the sights to behold in cricket. A genuine fast bowler runs in, bends his back.
Did you ever try your hand at pace bowling?
I used to bowl medium dobblers. I didn't have the pace.
But I bet you swung it.
Yeah, in swing naturally, you can hold the seam across and get it to straighten enough. Especially in, well, English conditions, more handy in Pakistan.
It's a short ball, and it's been called a wide. It'd be interesting to see a replay on this because it didn't actually look that high. Maybe a side-on angle would give us a better look at just how high this ball was.
Yeah, we got one of the very unusual angles for the commentary box. And I happened to look that ball outside the window live, and I think it was pretty high. Straight on, front on angle, sometime won't tell you exactly. Yeah, I was telling the kind of bowling, if you're asking me, medium pace, that had no existence in Pakistan. This one has been flicked nicely. The line in this over has been a bit too straight, allowing the batters a free sighter or two to get themselves in.
8 runs on the board, going at just 3 runs and over. And we're almost halfway through the power play overs. Certainly paints a picture of how good the bowling has been. The conditions a little bit difficult for the batters early on. Well, trying to muscle this, and this should be a wicket. It is. And they very nearly avoid a collision as well. This is going to be a massive wicket, as it's the wicket of the experienced Monak Patel. He's going to have to walk back. Unfortunately, never really getting in the position to play that ball a bit too early. And in the end, a fairly simple catch for the second dismissal.
Well, the experienced man was under the ball, Almore Hutchinson. He took the catch, and Monak Patel was looking to go expensive. We found out since yesterday that's not the way to go on this pitch, but the experienced Monak Patel was looking to put some pressure back onto the Seattle Thunderbolt bowlers, and he's perished in the cause. He's gone now, and the Raiders are 8 for 2.
going to be the end of the third over. 8 for 2. And in all sorts of troubles as Shubham Ranjane, the new batter, walks out to the middle. Also an experienced campaigner. Very handy with the bat. Part of the Bangladesh Premier League not too long ago. Managed to get some games as well. That's the sort of stuff that you want to see the associate players get opportunities at. All these franchise leagues around the world. Improves the standard of cricket. You learn a lot just by being around the experience. And of course, if you're able to get games, that's just cherry on top of the cake. And they're going to need all that experience from him at the moment. As the Gladiators, well, they're in all sorts of trouble. Pick up a quick single to start the fourth over. We see no signs of what you'd expect from a power play start at a T20 game. Fortunately, the conditions are very tough for the batters at the moment.
They are indeed. And that's what the bowling side also needs to remember, that second time round chasing will be difficult. So they should be looking to not allow any freebies. We've seen short and wide deliveries have been put away. So in a low scoring affair, both the batters and the bowlers both under pressure. Severa into his second over. You see that perplexed look on the faces of the batters. This modern day age where you want to come out as a batter and express yourself, you practice and training is driven more towards that. And conditions like this will challenge you, your processes, will challenge your preparation. How much are you up for it mentally? That's a big question mark.
Well, it's the mental aspect of the game that we don't talk enough about. You know, you could have all the skill sets, but it's the mental strength, the mental maturity that gets you over the line. It's the difference between the good players and the best players.
Absolutely.
It's a big swing and a miss, and very close to that wide line. Honestly thought that he had a chance.
Did he really? Because this is his second appeal in the over where no one else has joined him. But also there was a second opportunity where he bowled short and wide and he got away with it. Shubham Ranjane will be kicking himself. Like I said, on this pitch, the opportunities to score runs are few and far between. It puts extra pressure on you if you miss out on one.
Taking the pace off this time. Ball coming into the right-hander ever so slightly. You can see just dying before it gets to the keeper as he's taken the pace off.
And you see Ranjane just pacing around. You could see the hint in his body language, his walk, the anxiety. He's already realized that the ball is not coming on to the bat. 4 dots. The mind is ticking.
Oh, he's picked this one up beautifully, and he's dispatched it all the way. There was a release shot coming. You could sense it after 4 dot balls, and this one he latches on and picks up 6 runs for his side. Excellent shot to finish the over. 4 overs gone. It's 15 for 2.
If honest is honest with himself, that wasn't a good over because he kept providing the opportunities. He got away with it till the last ball of the over. But then he bowled a real short, long hop which set up. And Ranjane, who was itching to break free, got the ball what he wanted. 15 for 2 after 4 overs. say this. Thank you. You leading until you decide to give up lead. Okay.
A little too straight, and it's worked around the legs. Pick up a quick single to start the fifth over. Turning out to be a beautiful day here in Houston. Faisal, I think the clouds will start to break up soon. See a bit more sunshine. It's expected to be a bit warmer than yesterday as well.
Yeah, leaving the hotel, we saw pretty dark, ominous clouds. But here the breeze is such that it's been blown away. Can see plenty of blue sky as well. Look forward to a better day in terms of weather. It really did get better towards the evening though yesterday. Gorgeous. We had the best weather when we had reached hotel actually, because at the ground it was blustery and it was pretty cloudy all day for most of it. But good signs early doors. We can see sun. And the better.
Exactly. I was just going to say we've seen sun a lot earlier today than we did yesterday. It'll help to dry out that dew as well. A lot of dew this morning. A little frustrated with himself, Shubham Ranjane wanted to get a bit more bat on that as it's leg bys that signaled. Ambling at just shy of 4 runs and over. So what is there to do around here? I know you're from Atlanta, but what is Houston? What is Waller, Houston known for? Or sorry, Waller, Texas known for?
I could tell you a thing or two about Houston, not Waller. This is my first time being around here in Waller. I think you were here in the same area last year.
Called Buc-ee's? Is that what it's
Oh
called?
yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a gas station like that before. It's massive.
And let me tell you something. This is not one of the usual Buc-ee's, because usual Buc-ee's are even bigger than that. Hundreds of pumps there.
It absolutely blows my mind that you could have a gas station with as many pumps as I saw this one, and then on top of that a grocery store inside essentially.
Well, I have one where I live in Georgia, and it's not just a grocery store, it's a gift store. It's a full-blown kind of restaurant with all the different kind of food, hot food available.
They sell barbecues there.
Barbecues, yeah. Briskets is their most famous. Omer joins in. Obviously, me and Omer, when we talk, we only talk food.
Oh, it's definitely as American as it gets, Buc-ee's. Supersized.
Absolutely.
I was quite blown away when I walked into that gas station or store, whatever department store, whatever you want to label it as. So that was a highlight for me. Waller. Apart from that, I can't really say. If anyone's listening and chiming in, if you want to let us know what exactly there might be to check out here in Waller. Pushed off the back foot in the gap. This is a good looking stroke. They should pick up a couple here. Ticking along fairly slowly here, especially with all the dot balls. 4 dot balls in the last over and just 3 runs coming off of it. It's 5 overs gone, 20 for 2.
20 for 2. Sluggish start, early wickets. Bhaskar Yadram starts off with a loopy long hop. Gaurav Bajaj not happy with himself. Pace off early doors. This is what Bhaskar Yadram has already realized, having seen the early exchanges. Otherwise, he's a big shoulder bowler, Bhaskar Yadram. He can get him in real quick when he wants to. He's got a lethal Yorker.
Haven't seen too many lethal Yorkers, have we yet? Ones that really get you on the toes. Get the batter wiped out.
Is it going out of the game, the Yorker, because of all those ramps and reverse ramps and laps and all that? And then another short one. And also, batters going deep with big bats, you miss the mark just by a few inches, and even if the batter doesn't middle it, it still goes over.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday, weren't we? We were talking about all the advantages that the batter has from the power plays, from the size of the bats that have been increased over the years, the ball changes. And I was actually going to ask you this yesterday, I'm going to ask you today. You had mentioned reducing the ball changes in 50 over cricket. Pulled away off the hips, and he's going to get reward for it. He's going to get rewarded 4 runs for it. In fact, good looking stroke this, just straying down leg. Bhaskar Yadram this time around, and he gets put away. Very wristy shot as well. So with the batters being allowed to change bat sizes and have all these other things go their way, can't of course forget about how tracks are being made more flat with time. A lot of batting tracks out there. What do you feel if the bowlers were able to, well, we call it ball tampering, but how about we say
Ball management?
ball management? Sounds so much better.
Well, I always had a theory about it, which I think that if bowlers are allowed to manage the ball without using any external object, it should be pretty much allowed, just to get them back into the game, because everything else is in the favor of the batters. And if we get some sort of movement in the air for the bowlers, the batters who just line them up and just play them like bowling machines, they would have to think twice.
Softest of small.
It went straight to Elmore Hutchinson. He's been in the game. Little bit of inward movement from Bhaskar Yadram. And once again of that slightly fuller length, ball not coming on. And he had to drag it. He wasn't looking to play that square, and it went straight to Elmore Hutchinson. Wickets continue to tumble, and this time it's Gaurav Bajaj who's been dismissed.
Well, he looked like he was struggling there for a little while, getting a little bit frustrated, trying to force the runs, and this time, unfortunately, a very soft dismissal. He's got to walk back for just 10 off 16 deliveries. The Gladiators, they continue to slide. It's now 26 for 3 after 5.5 overs.
You asked me very early doors what was a good total. easy because it's not, like I just mentioned previously as well, they practice and they process all involves looking to hit big in different directions. But here they have been asked to exhibit different skills. Zia Shehzad is the new man in. The all-rounder, formerly from Texas Super Kings and Lahore in Pakistan.
He's going to round off the 6th over as things continue to amble along for the Gladiators. It's 26 for 3. Four and a half runs and over the current run rate, and in all sorts of trouble here. The Gladiators still got wickets in hand, still got plenty of overs in hand as well, but unfortunately they've just not been able to formulate a partnership long enough to get them in a comfortable position. Wickets have continued to tumble, and that's partly credit to some decent bowling, partly credit to some poor batting, poor shot selection. Again, the conditions continue to be what they are. That wind is a massive factor at this ground. It is a slightly elevated ground as well.
Turn, bounce. Rahul with his first delivery put it on a length, and he got everything that a spinner would want from his first delivery. Got a slip in place. Second delivery, not that a spinner would want, but again, the conditions are such. The ball got stuck in the pitch. Shehzad wasn't quick enough to realize that the opportunity was there.
Certainly some turn on offer though, despite being a short delivery.
Punched away. The running is good, and more of the same is needed really, because yesterday the one thing that I thought the batters lacked, you can say whatever you want to say about the conditions, they were tough, but there wasn't much of urgency when it came to running between the wickets.
Apart from that first partnership that we saw in the first game, where again Nitish Kumar and Rahul Jariwala did balance the two between the power hitting and between the running in between the wickets. There really wasn't much else in pushing those singles, pushing those doubles, putting some pressure back on the fielders. And these are those little factors that we talk about, right? These are the basics that you expect your batters to be able to do. Not only does it tick your scorecard, but also the onus of putting the pressure back on the fielders can make a very big difference.
Oh, absolutely.
And intent for me is a big one. You know, it's the difference between that shot that we just saw, where it's amble gently, versus trying to roll the wrist, getting it in a gap. Have the intent of picking up those runs.
So there you go. A couple of occasions in this over, there was the opportunity there, but trying to do too much with it on the last delivery, lost his shape completely. Rahul, just the 2 runs of his first over, 7 done, 29 for 3. Oh. Shubham Ranjane has been out there for 11 deliveries. He's lucky enough when he got that long hop from Honest, which he deposited for a 6. Otherwise, the conditions are really making it difficult for the batters. To the striker's end, but it was Zia Shizad who made that possible. The second run, excellent cricket.
I think they've heard us.
The better. We've seen every ball, and we've developed a view of how we should play on this pitch. I know playing is harder than talking about it, but these guys are capable cricketers. If they adapt and apply themselves, I'm pretty sure they can find a way to score decent amount of runs on this pitch.
And at this moment, it might just be a matter of staying in there, rotating the strike. Get yourself in a comfortable position, face another 10-15 deliveries, and once you get a good read on the conditions, once you get a good read on the bowlers, you've set yourself a partnership to be able to launch after that. You still have plenty of time, not even at the halfway mark of overs.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you go back to the second game yesterday, when Atlanta Fire were playing, they had 4 overs left and their last pair was in. And at that stage, we did make a comment that if one of the top order batters were there, they would be happy, or they would be easily picking up singles, and they were hoping for the tail enders. Another tip and run, good run. They were hoping for the tail enders to just get anything. That will be a bonus. Why let the situation go that far? If you give yourself that chance to be there at the end of the innings, at least put some pressure back on the fielding side, because even they know that chasing is not going to be easy on this pitch. So just don't give them the easy passage. Don't give them the wickets regularly to buoy them up and feel that they've got you on the mat. Field change. Squareleg has gone back, so there's 3 sweepers now.
I suppose over the years with T20 cricket, the mentality of how batting is approached has changed so much. So while we might talk about rotating the strike and hitting those gaps and drops and runs, at the back of your mind, you're always looking to go for a 4 or a 6. And somewhere in that equation, a lot of the basics are being lost in the runs that are still presently available around the ground.
Absolutely, you make a good point, because what we saw in the previous over as well, when we saw Zia try to bludgeon a ball which was just a half volley, there was one available, but he wanted more. This is through the gap. Not quite actually, just a single, but this has been better now from the Raiders. 4 runs of the first 4 deliveries without taking much risk.
You see the wind just on the shirts and the umpire holding his hat down. It is a fairly strong breeze. Can be a bit tricky for the pacer bowling into it as well.
Yeah, running into the wind is, I've known for a fact, some bowlers just hate it. They do not like it. I was surprised that yesterday all the fast bowlers, they bowled from that end. I mean, I can understand spinner bowling from the far end because they don't want to get hit into the wind. But fast bowlers, manfully, they didn't complain. Just get on with it. So is Bhaskar Yadram doing at the moment. Neat roll of the wrist there for Zia. And Shubham, they're trying to string a partnership together. 5 of this over now, 8 done. 34 for 3. Rahul into his second over.
We've yet to see a spinner open the innings yet, haven't we?
I think today is the first day that we've seen pacers from both ends. And
Well, they're dealing in singles and doubles at the moment, and that's totally fine given the context of the situation that they're in. 3 wickets down, just starting to formulate a partnership, and helps to have the experience of Shubham Ranjane, who's now double digits, 16 off 18 deliveries. Always catch up if you build a partnership.
the way Zia Shahzad is playing, playing close and tight, not looking to expand his range, although the temptation is on because he had a slip in place for him, a short cover catching, a big gap over the head of that close-in fielder on the offside, but he's not tempted just yet. Nicely played. That was close enough. Good bit of footwork there from Shubham Ranjane. Got his hand out way in front and was able to make a solid connection, a much needed boundary.
It's an excellent example of how to effectively play a sweep shot. You want to try and get as far forward as you can. He does that beautifully. Gets it right out of the middle of the bat as well, as he picks up a boundary after quite some time. Turning out to be a decent over for them. 8 runs so far off of it, with 1 delivery yet to come.
And a solid block to close out over number 9. Another good one for the Raiders. They've got 8 off the over. We haven't seen many overs as big as these in these conditions. 42 for 3 after 9.
Almost at the halfway point. 1 over to go. And yet to reach the 50 over mark. Not often that you see power play overs going for as few runs as we have. Still sitting under that 5 runs and over mark. But a lot of positives in knowing that Shubham Ranjane has now found some form. He's found some runs. Just starting to build that partnership with Zia Mohammed.
It may just come down to which team's bowls fewer bad balls and which team is able to capitalize when they get the bad ball. And to Shubham Ranjane's credit, he got a 6 away, he got a boundary away when he had the opportunity, and he's got himself to a runner ball, which is a big achievement if you think the way things have gone. The overall innings run rate is at 4.67.
Well, and yesterday when we saw 110 being put on in that second game, we thought it should be chased quite easily, and it was quite the contrary. So it is a tricky surface, it is a tricky ground, and while
It's just the pace of the game is slow, but the duration is just the same because we don't see those 4s and 6s. But I think this one, I like the application from this pair. This is what we've been calling out for. And Shubham Ranjane, like you mentioned earlier, he played in the Bangladesh Premier League. Probably would have come across some surfaces like this.
Cut away. And a very well fielded effort in the backward region of point. Full dive, full stretch, and saves certainly a couple runs for his team.
Yeah, any runs saved will help you later as a fielding side, because run scoring has been difficult by now. This is well documented. Elmore Hutchinson at the fag end of his career. Definitely doesn't have the pace that he used to, so we'll be relying heavily on his variations. See if he can land them in the right position, because now his challenge is that he's got two batters who are reasonably set.
Can't quite beat the fielders this time. The over turning out to be a smaller one than they would hope. Finding a lot of fielders. Really good fielding effort. First up.
A mid-wicket chat between the two batters. A couple of dots. I wonder if just reassuring each other, just hang in there. Or maybe opposite to that, because yes, Shahzad is gone and he's gone over. Fielders were coming in, but it went over their head and still landed inside the rope. Proactive blow from Zia Shahzad, and a little bit of momentum coming to the innings of Raiders. Once again, 6 of the over, 1 to go.
Well, smart batting this. Get the singles when they're available. Try and get that one boundary. Not sure if that was a discussion. I think the discussion was it's a couple of deliveries that we've not scored off of. It's okay. Let's try and stay patient. Zia, obviously, different plans.
And follows it up with a single. Makes it yet another good over for them. The runs have started to come finally. Still at the halfway stage, just shy of 50. 49 for 3, the Raiders.
And it'll be a quick drinks break, so we're going to take a short break as well. Big swing to start things off, just past the halfway mark now. And they start with a single. With that, they also reach the half century. It's 50 for 3 after 10.1. Sitting just shy of that 5 runs and over mark still.
Well,
This could be the partnership, though, that defines the game.
yeah, the first landmark has been achieved. But there is a method to it. You're absolutely right. This partnership has a method to it. They're patient. They're running hard between the wickets. They're picking up whatever is available to them. And if a bad ball came along, they were quick to punish it. without being flamboyant or anything spectacular about it. It's very, very effective.
Well, brings out the reverse this time. Manages to find the hands of a fielder. Good intent. And certainly shows that he's looking for those runs, Shubham Ranjane. The invention of unorthodox cricket with the T20 format. This time a bit more conventional as he picks up a single.
Risk-free, the conventional way, and just a single there. But like I said, you could understand that these two players have applied their mind and applied their skills to it. They've defied their usual kind of instincts, the way these players are raised these days.
Half a shout again, looking to just try and guide it into the leg side, nice and fine. Not quite able to get the bat on there, just looking at his glove as well. I think it might have been wrapped on the thumb.
And let me ask you this, Monali, after this delivery, because we got some sun today.
Moving into the line of the ball this time and does manage to work it into the leg side for another single.
So will this sun have any effect on the pitch? Will it? It seemed pretty dry, but will the ball start to come on a bit better? Or what do you make of the conditions?
I mean, really didn't see much moisture at all this morning on the pitch, so I don't anticipate the sun having much of a difference on the pitch. It was pretty hard this morning, very little moisture to begin with. And I know as soon as you've mentioned the sun, now we've got clouds covering it again, fairly thick ones as well.
Why does this happen to commentators? You talk one thing and the exact opposite happens. What should we do? Should we not talk?
And we are expected to have fairly busy week in terms of cloud cover here, and a little bit of rain expected as well on Friday. Calls for thunder showers all day Friday.
Now that we got Lenny in from New York, he definitely would have brought in some rain. Wherever he goes, he takes the rain with him.
Is it raining in New York? He's waving his hand. He says no. You know what they say, April showers bring May flowers. Or is that not a Texan thing?
Well, in Texas,
You just always have flowers, do you?
generally some of the best weather in the country in Texas. I can add Georgia to that as well, where we have kind of moderate weather for most of the year.
Short this time and pulled away. Just can't find a gap, and they're sent back. They stick to just the one run.
So we've been talking about this breeze, and like you mentioned earlier, it's not exactly coming from end to end as we saw the pictures. It's coming almost from the left shoulder of the umpire on your screen towards his right. So any hit in that mid-wicket square leg direction also travels, and anything towards cover and extra cover, just plug in.
Well, that's going to go down as a missed opportunity in my books. Right past the bowler, stuck out his hand, but in no real intent of getting his hand to the ball. It's going to be runs, 2 runs picked up. I know it can be really hard to try and take a catch and you follow through, but for that one, I think he could have done a better job.
Well, you're setting the standards high, Monali. I was firmly struck. Elmore Hutchinson is getting on in terms of his age a little bit as well. Maybe just the reflexes, the mind would have been there, but the reflexes didn't allow him to make a serious that ball.
Well, that one's almost died, hasn't it? Keeping low. Bit of frustration for Zia Muhammad. Saw it short. Yeah, that's the intention. Cut it away. Just doesn't rise enough for him.
Yeah, lack of pace already, and if you take the pace off even more, it really just dies. It doesn't give any opportunity for the batters to launch anywhere.
Slower ball again, and tries and gets it nice and full outside that off stump line. It's going to be 2 back-to-back dots. This is smart bowling. Good variations.
And Skian was looking to hit it too hard. Lost his shape. This has happened a couple of times to Zia Shehzad. The opportunity was there.
Dare I say it looks like it's going to rain.
Well, the minute we mentioned about the sun, it's
I'll
completely disappeared.
I'll blame you for that one.
I'll blame Lenny.
Into the pads, worked around into the leg side for 2 runs. This is excellent running. Putting pressure back onto the fielders and taking on the throw. 2 runs picked up to round up the 12th over. It's 58 for 3. Back to some spin. And you just see the frustration starting to brew. Shubham Ranjane hasn't faced a delivery in quite some time. Zia Mohammed on strike for most of it in the previous over. This is pulled away. He's so quick to get onto that back foot anytime he sees a bit of length available.
He had a fabulous season in the minor league as well. He was prolific there, and then, like we just mentioned, he got rewarded with that Bangladesh Premier League contract. He's a very good cricketer. Once again showing another side to his set of skills.
Well, this might be trouble. It could be trouble. Ball is swirling in the air. And unfortunately, that's going to go down as a missed opportunity. Never really got comfortable under that catch. Partly because it's going into the wind, running backwards. It can be very difficult to take catches running backwards.
He got himself into horrible position. Swirling high ball in the grey skies. Always a good idea to run over your shoulder and get yourself in a side-on position. In the end, he was allowing the ball to come over from behind his back into his hands, probably not getting a proper sight. Zia got away with it.
Too short, pulled away again. Just haven't been able to pick out those gaps as often as they would have hoped, because there are some bad balls on offer. Just not able to put them away.
Yeah, the onside hit from that direction is into the wind, so despite Rahul offering a few deliveries, the batters are really reluctant to go for that big hit in that direction.
Walking across the pitch.
So you literally take the slog sweep and the pull shot and a lofted straight drive out of the equation against a spinner. That really kills your options for all the big strokes. As the over has come to a conclusion, 13 done, it's 62 for 3.
They're starting to get in a comfortable position here. 62 for 3, getting closer to that 100 mark. Just 13 overs into the contest still, so plenty of overs to come. We saw 110 be for a batter when you're expecting the ball to come up, you're expecting the ball to be true to its bounce.
Yeah, you as a batter instinctively you pick up the length, and these days you go for your big shot. When the ball doesn't come on, it really doesn't help that. But now, since they've spent so much time in the middle, they would look to just up the ante a little bit.
Short again, this time crunched away, and that should run away for 4. Much needed boundary, a poor delivery, and punished all the way.
A timely boundary for Zia Shehzad. He's been itching. He offered that opportunity in the last over, and on the first delivery as well, you would have felt he missed out on at least 1 run. So he was looking to be proactive. He got the ball in his area, and to his credit, he put it away in great style. That will calm him down for a little bit longer and allow this partnership to continue, which is very important for the Raiders.
Used to the feet this time as they managed to come across for a single. Let's just see a little bit of change in the ante. They're starting to show a bit more intent. Try and take the attack back to the bowler. I suppose the message might have been during that quick drink to try and push the runs, try and push that run rate, especially given that they do still have plenty of wickets in hand.
That makes me think about this question, that if it's as difficult as it is for the set batters.
Smashed away, and smashed away in style all the way. This has gone some distance for a 6. Shubham Ranjane finally opening up his shoulders, and as we mentioned it, there's something in the air that's just changed in terms of intent.
Definitely there is. Yadram was looking to bowl away from the hitting arc of Ranjane, but he got on one knee and reached out to that delivery, which was full enough. That was the key for him to get underneath it and get away a solid swing. A boundary and a 6. This is turning out to be a very good over for the Raiders.
A short arm jab, unable to get it away. Shouldn't be too bothered by that, given that this is already an 11-run over. Moving on to 31 off 31. Now a run a ball, Shubham Ranjane. He'll work on improving that strike rate, but a solid partnership between both of these two batters. Into the leg side again. This time he'll find a fielder, and it's going to be a single to round off the 14th over. It's 74 for 3. Well, 14 overs gone, 74 for 3. That run rate now over 5 runs and over. We haven't seen it cross that 5 runs and over mark in quite a while. And that's thanks to a really good partnership between Shubham Ranjane and Zia Mohammed. Putting on the runs, stabilizing a ship that was faltering very early on with the loss of 3 early wickets. And now they're getting close to the 100-run mark. You'd anticipate if these two are out there for at least another 3 overs, And it's based on anything that we've seen in the previous over. We're going to have a contest on our hands, and we're certainly going to see some boundaries from here on.
Yeah, the point that I was trying to make in the previous over as well, that it is difficult for the set batters to accelerate. Imagine if wicket falls and new batter comes in. So there is some hope for the Seattle Thunderbolts to make a comeback.
Watchful as they face the first delivery. A bit of extra bounce as well. It's a big appeal. Both bowler and wicketkeeper fairly heartbroken.
Yeah, but the umpire shook his head immediately. There was some turn on offer, and probably in the umpire's opinion it was going down. Mayura is getting some turn.
Well, going for the unconventional Shubham Ranjane. And I could see that pressure again starting to put back onto the batters with 3 dot balls now. You feel that they're just going to start to feel a bit restless. Maybe see a release shot coming in. Good to see the umpire checking up on Shubham Ranjane as well, especially with the concussion rule. Worked into the leg side.
See, for the first half of the over, Ranjane was looking to change gears, looking to be aggressive, and even despite the time that he spent in the middle of 36 deliveries, he really found it hard to go unconventional and put bowler under pressure.
Smart bowling. Saw the batter advance, just pulling his length back. Mayura, this is turning out to be very decent over.
But that is better from Zia Shahzad as well. Advancing down the wicket, but not committing to the shot. Still creating that opportunity to rotate strike.
Oh, it's been a difficult over, and they're going to settle for a dot to finish it. Just 2 runs coming off of it. Much better turnaround from the previous over. 15 overs gone. It's 76 for 3. Run partnership comes up off just 55 deliveries, and it's a good one. These two have certainly anchored it here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Of course, it's the Houston Open 2025 match day number 2. And looks like we're going to have a contest on our hands as both Zia Mohammed and Shubham Ranjane have started to anchor an innings that could potentially get their team in a very solid position, sitting at 76 for 3 with 5 overs yet to come. Good bowling this, and good awareness.
Ho-ho!
Great cricket all around. The bowler saw a chance, took his shy, and great work from the non-striker to realize, you know what, the keeper's far back, there's no fielder close to this. This is a single.
It was Ranjane who made that run possible. He was keeping an eye on Hutchinson, and as soon as he threw the ball, he was on his way, because he knew the wicketkeeper was a long way, and as soon as the ball hit the stumps, Shahzad was still in his crease, and Ranjane called him. That's great cricket. Great awareness.
Little full toss, and they're lucky to have gotten away with that. Just couldn't quite get a hold of it. Shubham Ranjane, they'll settle for a single.
Probably the most impressive partnership after that first one that we saw yesterday between Nitish Kumar and Rahul Jariwala. In completely different circumstances, this partnership has been developed through sheer grinding effort. Hard working runs for both these batters.
straight down past the bowler's head, and this is a solid shot for 4 runs. Missing his line yet again, and a low full toss this time punished for 4.
Similar kind of delivery that Shubham Ranjane earlier in the over was trying to drag it across towards mid-wicket. Shehzad did well to just choose the right area. He went straight down the ground. And that boundary to go with the consistent strike rotation will really make up for the previous over where Mayur really put the brakes on scoring. But once again, the Raiders just building and building on that partnership. That run rate of 5.29 will take them well over 100 at the end of their 20 overs. If they keep up to that, they would love to get it up to 6 and get that 120. Probably that would put them in really strong position if they get up to that magical number.
Slogged into the leg side. No real timing on that one. Reaching for a ball that was quite far outside that off stump line. I suppose if you think you get that one boundary and over, pick up a couple of singles and doubles here and there, they're in a decent position.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see in Shehzad's body language, he's tapping the bat furiously as Hutchinson ran in.
Low full toss again, and this is top shot. Just paddled around, and it runs away for 4 runs. Shows all his class here, Shubham Ranjane. It is a difficult shot to execute. He's made it look easy.
The key was the placement. He really placed it away from the sweeper. You have to say it's sloppy bowling from Hutchinson. This was the 3rd full toss of the over. 2 of them has now gone for a boundary. And these are very, very valuable runs. Precious runs being gathered by these 2.
I think the Thunderbolts, after having 3 early wickets, are going to have to go back and figure out just what went wrong from there on, because I'm sure they weren't expecting to give as many runs away when they had them 3 down. The ball was doing a bit. They were well on top of the game, and now they're finding themselves playing catch up with 2 batters who are well set out in the middle. 16 overs gone. It's 88 for 3.
I think I'll give a lot of credit to the 2 batters as well, because they decided to just put their heads down, and once they got some runs on the board, it was going to happen where the fielding side will feel the pressure of not breaking through. And although for the long periods Shehzad and Ranjane, they didn't go at an express pace, they're not even going at express pace even now, but still they hung in there. They were prepared to grind it out. And probably that's what putting pressure now on Seattle Thunderbolts to just make a breakthrough and restrict the scoring.
Bit too short. Just get the single for it. 4 overs left in the contest. This is what we were talking about earlier. Get your batters in to settle down, take a few deliveries, get their eye in, get a partnership going, and you're in a position of being able to launch towards the end. They've done this really well here, the Gladiators. Well, this one's died a bit, hasn't it? Trying to get inside the line of the ball. And it was a wide. A bit harsh, though, for me, because the batter did move inside the line of the delivery.
He did, and actually he got himself into a very good position to capitalize on this delivery. It spun. Yeah, he went right across his stumps. Harsh on the bowler.
I would not have given that a wide.
2.
Oh, this could be trouble. I think he's back safely. A bit of yes, no, and great reaction from Zia Muhammad, or correction,
Shubham
Ranjane. That was very harsh to have been called a wide for a bowler.
It was indeed, but I'm just so impressed with Shubham Ranjane. He's worked so hard, but he still doesn't want to give it up. as Shazad slogs this into the onside. This time, no misunderstanding, just committing to just the one run nice and early. But the way Shubham Ranjane put the dive out, incredible. He still wants to slug it out for the last 2.5 overs, 3.5 overs.
Quicker through the air this time from Mayura. This is just softly played for a single. Smart cricket this.
Keep rotating, and sometimes it's more satisfying as a batter.
Oh, you talked about not hitting sixes. This is a different sort of methodology, and it's gone a long, long way for 6 runs. This is twice now that you've been refuted because the batters have a plan of their own. And, well, the singles were doing it, but they said, you know what, a boundary or 6 would be even better in the over, and that's absolutely what they've done here.
Shazad was itching for that. He earlier offered an opportunity with the same kind of stroke, but you saw that fist pump by the two batters, really intent, and they really enjoyed it. 100 has been brought up as well, helped it on its way, and the ball is now seeing the boundary fence quite regularly. This is a wonderful piece of batting from Zia Shazad and Shubham Ranjane. They're really putting the pressure on now, having soaked it for almost 10 to 12 overs. And now they're having a lot of fun out there. 17 gone, 104 for 3.
A whole 15 runs coming off that over. And if I was the bowler, I'd be a bit upset with the umpire, because had that ball not been a wide second delivery, they wouldn't have had to bowl that extra delivery at the end, which ended up costing them 4 runs. This is why extras can be so expensive. It's not often the run that you give off the wide, it's the runs that you give off of the extra delivery that you have to bowl.
Yep. Mayur, who bowled a very impressive first over, now his figures read 18 runs off his 2 overs. In the context of the game, there are a lot of runs to have been conceded, but not all due to his fault.
Three overs to go in this contest. Into the leg side. And there are 2 fielders converging. It's 2 runs to start the over. They've passed the 100 over mark, or the 100 run mark, I should say, and not just that, but for the first time we see that run rate over 6 runs and over.
It has taken a lot of hard work for them to have achieved that. And also generally in games we tend to look at the halfway stage and think that how the bowlers should be bowling on this pitch to defend the target. Well, it's a completely reversal of that. It's gone way in the air and taken. Finally, the breakthrough has been made. Drysdale with the catch, and Seattle Thunderbolts definitely needed that breakthrough because they've been under the pump for the last half an hour or so. But this time it's Ranjane who will have to take the long walk back.
Oh, very unfortunate to have been dismissed on 44. Did all the hard work. Certainly deserved to get to his half century, but he knew what was expected at this stage in the game. Towards the death overs, he needed the runs in for his team. Can't blame the man for trying. As he walks off for 44, it's a 106 for 4 after 17.2.
Before that wicket fell, the point that I was trying to make, that generally at the halfway stage is said that the the team that are defending, their bowlers would know how to bowl under these conditions. But here, the template is right there for the batters, how to bat on this pitch. And Shubham Ranjane and Zia Shehzad, like I said, it took them a long time to establish themselves at the crease, and even then they barely got over the runner ball mark for the innings run rate in over number 18. This is the kind of application, and this is the kind of hard work the Seattle Thunderbolts batters would also require.
Well, they've certainly put in that platform, haven't they? Going at now more than 6 runs and over. Yes, you've just lost a wicket, but you still have Zia Mohammed, who's been out there for quite some time, also very close to his half century. Non-striker, if you're able to go for it, I think you should. Otherwise, your job should be get Zia Mohammed on strike as often as you can. Let him be the one to strike the ball. Let him be the one to take the lead as the aggressor. Slower delivery. And it's going to be a dot to start. It's so easy to lose momentum once you have a wicket fall. This is why, he's just got to get off strike.
Absolutely, the opportunity was there. Sujit Naik, the new man in, couldn't get the ball far away from the wicket keeper. Zia Shehzad was halfway down already. Another dot. Again, hit it hard enough for the ball to go quickly to the fielder to prevent that run. Zia Shehzad hasn't seen the strike in this over, which could be frustrating because only 14 deliveries are left in the innings.
Well, he does finally get some bat on it this time. Should just stay the single. Unfortunately, they do come back for 2. Of course, taking no credit away from Sujit. Still able to hit the ball. However, your chance of getting better strike rates, better chance of hitting those big boundaries come in Zia Mohammed, who spent a long time out in the middle in very difficult conditions. He's gotten a better read on it, having been out there for quite some time now. And it's that they can't afford, the dot balls at this stage of the game. 18 overs gone, 108 for 4. Not very beautiful, to be honest. Lovely to see some sunshine here in Texas. Unfortunately, we've got overcast conditions and fairly heavy cloud cover. But that worm paints a picture. Just the 3 early wickets, but from there on, a very, very intelligent partnership between Shubham Ranjane and Zia Mohammed to anchor the innings and get their team in a strong position. At one point, they looked like 100 was out of the question. Credit to be given to those 2 batters for some intelligent batting.
I think it's Drysdale will take up the attack for the one final time from this end for this innings. Straight down the ground or onto the onside. Zia Shehzad was able to find the boundary towards the cow corner on a slog sweep against the spin.
Looking for the scoop, unfortunately running away from it a bit too far. Still got to be able to get in the right position and hold that balance. It's not about falling over.
It's a difficult shot to execute because there's a lot of movement before the shot and there is some bit after the shot as well, but at the point of impact somehow you got to be still enough to be able to watch the ball hit the bat and direct it in the direction you want it to be. And either side of that split second there is a lot of movement, so it's a difficult shot to execute.
And it really is about your balance at point of contact, isn't it? Being able to keep that head still, being able to stay as balanced with your center of gravity. No foot movement, and harsh to be given a wide. Looked like it was just inside that line. A little smile from the bowler as well. I can't blame him.
Yeah, good on Drysdale. He managed that smile. He's looking to keep the ball away from the hitting arc of Zia. Although a hit towards the offside is probably what you'd be aiming for with the wind if you get a ball in that direction.
Well, now that's a wide. This time I'll give it.
Yeah, umpire's patience has been tested. But a couple of handy runs. 110. It's another little significant landmark, getting them in the blocks of 10s. It's still 11 balls to go.
It's just starting to get darker as the day progresses here, as some thick, heavy clouds have rolled in. Just when we thought those overcast conditions were starting to lift, they're back. Gets a bit of bat on this. And that might be a really close call to make. Certainly saw the legs go over the rope. Be nice to get a replay on that to see whether the 2 runs was justified or he might have just overstepped that rope.
Elmore Hutchinson was down there. Good effort on his part. He obviously wouldn't have known because he was rolling over. It's good that at the higher level we have so much technology, because generally if you're looking for a fielder's word, he wouldn't know because he was in motion and he wasn't looking at what time he felt the rope and what time he felt the ball in his hand.
It looks like the ground staff's decided to roll right past the side screen as the bowler's running in. He's already had to re-bowl 2 deliveries with the wides. He's a big man. Takes a lot of effort for pace bowlers. Short, wide. Can't quite find the boundary, but this is excellent running. Smart bowling as well, as he's trying to keep it as wide as he possibly can to make the batter reach. Just maybe needs to work on that length a little bit. A little too short.
Absolutely, and you mentioned the groundman just getting right across the side screen. They were rushing for the covers towards the far side of the ground. As you can see, clouds have really rolled in, and some dark ones too.
Do they have tornadoes here?
Oh yes.
Big appeal. And the umpire has finally put his finger up. It's going to be
Zia.
yet another wicket, and it's the big man. It's Zia Muhammad who's going to have to walk off. A very good innings comes to an end, and unfortunately both batters who got into their 40s unable to pull up their half centuries. It's 114 for 5 after 18.4.
Yeah, umpire took its time. He was right in front. The question was, did he get some bit of bat on it?
Oh, there's a deflection. Just not sure if it's off the pad.
Because he was right across his stumps. But there was a deflection, obvious deflection. So Zia Shehzad gone for 47, and the Raiders 114 for 5.
Obvious hitting onto that lower part of the boot, fairly plumb in front of the stumps. Well, that's a poor delivery, and gets full reward as it runs away for a 1 bounce 4. Low full toss. Just feel that the bowlers are getting a bit fatigued out there.
Adil Bhatti is a strong hitter of a cricket ball, and very few boundaries have gone in that direction into a very strong wind, but it was an absolute gift from Drysdale. Accumulation of runs continue.
Reaching for this one, and an absolute misjudgment from the fielder. It had hung around in the air for quite some time. Unfortunately, the fielder never really getting under it, and not really sure why the fielder running into it wasn't the one in contention. He just waited for the fielder running backwards to take that catch.
He must have called it nice and early, because it would have been a lot easier, because the wind would have taken the ball away from the fielder in the inner ring, and would have been easier for the one coming in from the sweeper. But 2 more runs. An expensive over has come to an end. 120 has been reached with 1 to go. Adil Bhatti getting quick 6 runs of just 2 deliveries. But Sujit will have the strike for the start of the final over. And this total looks pretty good under the circumstances.
Oh, this is picked up. The
Go
ball
on.
set up nicely, and this is going to go down as yet another drop catch. There's a fielder right in the place where the ball went. Unfortunately, he's misjudged it. And very lucky that that ball falls just short of the rope.
Just in front of our commentary box. Did it hit the rope, or it just fell inside? Interesting replay. Might have to give it another go, but a drop chance for sure. For a moment I thought wind will carry it over the fence.
It goes big again. This time it's straighter, and this time he gets maximum reward for it as this is smashed away for 6 runs. Well, you mentioned that he can hit a long ball, and he's certainly coming in and giving that late push for his side. The Gladiators starting to get in a very comfortable position.
In the slot, and with the wind, forget about it. If you get a good piece on it, and Adil Bhatti surely did get a good piece, and it landed way over the side screen. The total, which started to look okay, started to look good, is looking very ominous now. 127 with 4 deliveries to go. Seattle Thunderbolts will have to bat really well on this pitch, really, to get to this target. And Raiders, who lost their game yesterday, desperately want to win this one to stay in the competition.
I think it's going to take some fetching with this ball. It's gone right into the bushes behind the side screen. Could take some time to find the ball. It was a lovely shot. Just see how steady his head is as he goes through that shot. Gets in the right position as well, and it's full transfer of weight. Good long levers as well as he gets it through the line of the ball.
Great camera work as well. Excellent ball follow.
It always amazes me how incredible the camera staff have to be, especially in golf, where the ball is so small and they're able to track it as well as they do.
Absolutely. Very difficult job.
Oh, in the slot again, and this is going to be more runs. 6 more for Adil Bhatti, and this is poor bowling in the death. It's been slot city this over.
Yeah, this time the most preferred area of all these big power hitters into the car corner. It was right in the slot. And Bhatti just moved slightly inside the line. to allow for those arms to get the leverage. This was a wonderful strike again. Look at that strike rate for Adil Bhatti, 18 of just 4.
A little bit fuller this time. It's a better comeback from the bowler. Not able to get under it as easily as Adil Bhatti had in the last 2 deliveries. Pick up 2 runs nonetheless, and it still brings the danger man back on strike for the last 2 deliveries.
There was a hint of swing as well. Fuller trying to go under the bat. And that bit of movement really made Adil to get the thick inside half of the bat.
Fished for a wide, and he's swung for the 6s. Unfortunately, it's just found the toe end of the bat,
Out.
and that's going to result in a run out as well. He needed to go. You were in the penultimate over of this game, and you can't fault him for coming around for that second run.
The rain has started to fall through as well, and the players might just walk off with 1 delivery to go. That fall of wicket can have some impact on the Duckworth-Lewis target as well. That is for later though. For now though, the rain has started to pelt down. There's a heap of activity with the ground staff moving left, right and centre. The big cover is now coming on as the players are rushing to take cover. And it's all drama. What an exhilarating morning of cricket we've had here at the Prairie Cricket Complex, Houston Open 2025. Some dogged batting, some resilient batting, and some big hitting towards the end by Adil Bhatti has seen the Raiders get up to 135 for 5 with 2 deliveries to go. And the rain stop play here always does bring an exciting equation into the proceedings when the rain happens in these tournaments. It's such a short tournament. Net run rates, Duckworth-Lewis, rain just brings a whole new dimension. It's really started to pelt down. It's just about time for us to take a short break as the production crew is running around to safeguard their equipment. We'll be back with further updates as soon as we get it.
Oh, we're back from the rain delay, and it's a wicket to start us off. And that's also going to round off the innings, as it was the last delivery of the innings here for the Gladiators. They end this innings on 135 for 7. Got themselves in a very comfortable position here at one point, looking like they might not get to 100. So credit to the Gladiators for batting well, for getting a partnership going and anchoring the innings all the way through. And credit to Adil Bhatti, who came in at an all-important time towards the end of the innings and struck some lusty blows to help their team get towards a very decent target of 135. Ground staff getting into the action, getting the rollers out before we get started with the second innings. Of course, the rain just coming down. It'll be a bit wet as well on the ground now, so might affect how the ball is going to travel on the surface. As it is, it's a very heavy outfield where we've seen a bit of dew early on, and now there's rain. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll have the second innings. 37 in their 20 overs. They started very well with the ball this morning. The Thunderbolts unfortunately lost their way in the middle of the innings thanks to a really good partnership between Zia Mohammed and Shubham Ranjane. Brought their team to a very respectable total of 136, and of course a very good late push from Adil Bhatti. A couple of maximums in there as well. Didn't waste any time out in the middle as he came in towards the death overs. But here we are for the action of the chase. It should be an interesting one given the conditions at this ground. The wind continuing to be a factor, the pitch continuing to be a factor, and of course the outfield being a little bit heavier than anticipated. I'm joined alongside Lenny Achebear. Welcome. You've just flown in from New York, the big
a little bit staggered to this one, but 137 in 20 overs. Manali, we can't call any game. We saw what happened yesterday with Clarion Eagles, who posted 234 this morning. Saw big knocks from Krishnamurti.
Well,
Glad to be here.
And you just mentioned you were at the other ground. Maybe you could talk us through some of the condition differences, because this ground is certainly a low-scoring one.
Yeah, I thought the pitch looked very flat this morning. Good pitch for batting, but then it's Krishnamurti and one of the young players that really got going. So it made a big difference today. What a difference a day makes for Clarion Eagles. And Manali just coming back to this matchup here, very important matchup. The team that wins here will gain strong ascendancy in the group. And we know when you're playing with these small groups how important the wins are.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the big conversation pieces we had yesterday as well, because you cannot afford to lose these games, and that net run rate is going to play a big factor as the tournament continues. We do have Shadley Van Skalkwik starting things off here, as that's the second delivery. We're going to see some runs to open the account here for the Seattle Thunderbolts as they pick up 2 runs. While I want to say 137 is going to be an easy chase, I think it's going to be anything but from what we've seen over the last 2 games here on this ground.
Yeah, the Seattle Thunderbolt team, led by the call from the umpire. Top team. They were the winners in 2022 minor league. Last year we saw them in the semi-finals. And they've really brought some big talent over time. So it should be a walk in the park, but it was the same situation we talked yesterday about 110.
Well, this has popped up. And it's going to be the softest of dismissals to start the thing, or to start the innings off, I should say. Seattle Thunderbolts, while they needed 137 in their chase, they have now lost their first wicket.
Yeah, ball popped up in the air finally. Not timed well. We talked about Shadley Van Skalkwik. He's a type of bowler that probably bowls into the pitch. And in these days, in the modern day, in 2025, haven't the fast bowlers and the medium bowlers found ways to keep the ball out of timing for the batter? We'll take a look at that replay when it comes up. But a big blow here. First wicket goes down. It's only 2 on the board.
Only 2 on the board, and they've not come off the bat yet. So troubles early on for the Thunderbolts. Of course, a very experienced side that they're going against in the Gladiators. They've got a lot of the national players in that side. Manak Patel, to name one. Of course, the captain of USA. Shadley Van Skalkwik, another one. Shubham Ranjane, having featured in the Bangladesh Premier League not too long ago. Adil Bhatti's made a name for himself as well as a big hitter towards the end of the innings. So they're certainly going against a lot of experience, and with the conditions going not in their favor as well, the Thunderbolts are going to have to really dig in deep and try and get a partnership going. Start things off with a dot past the wicket-taking delivery. Shadley Van Schalkwyk, a part of the World Cup squad last year, T20 World Cup, of course, co-hosts USA with Cricket West Indies. There's just so much talent in USA that it's always a fight for your spot in that squad, and that's what you want. That's what you want to see in terms of healthy competition. You want to see players working for a spot in that team, and tournaments like this, a great platform for them to be able to come in, get the experience, perform, and just stay in good nick.
Yeah, Shadley Van Schalkwyk will be quite happy. He's been recalled to the side, missed out on the Caymans trip. And by the way, Manali, you talked about the strength of the US team. 3 players debuted in the Cayman Islands just about several days ago. Jariwala, Akhilesh Budugum, and Nat Carney.
Yeah, I'm trying to put that tournament behind me. Unfortunately, as you may know, Canada was on the receiving end of that one. As we wrap up the first over, it's 3 for 1. Canada's got a big series coming up against USA as well.
Yeah,
League 2 matches.
Yeah, actually, Manali, I was just trying to figure out where the US and Canada stands in terms of their international calendars and the way things are going. That's going to be very decisive up in Fort Lauderdale. But both teams are doing well. US at the top of the table, halfway stage. They've played 16 games. I think they're guaranteed to play about 36, 32. So they're just about the halfway mark. Canada is in number 3, and both teams could be headed to the T20 World Cup when it comes around in 2026.
Well, we've got the qualifiers coming up in Canada in June. Of course, USA pre-qualified. They don't need to enter a qualifying tournament because of It's Adil Bhatti finishing the previous innings on a high with a couple of lusty blows. He's back in to the action, this time with the ball. Starts with the wide.
Yeah, Adil Bhatti comes from my side, Manali, and a player who's been around for some time. And you get the feeling if you think maturity brings the better out of cricketer, well, Adil Bhatti has really made a comeback in recent times.
I saw him feature at the USPL last year in November. Very handy with both bat and ball, a decent all-rounder to have on your side.
Yeah, he probably created some bit of stir. I recall just the year before last, in the last minor league final. Taking on the Mustang, he was playing for Somerset Cavaliers, and Mustang came out with Saeed Norman Anwar and Andres House. And by the time Adil Bhatti was done with one of his over, the scorecard was reading 2 for 9. Gets the ball to swing. You talked about, I know you guys were talking about conditions here, and the conditions, you look right outside, a little bit hazy, wind is a little bit still, but sometimes you get some breeze blowing across the ground. Ideal for his type of bowling.
He's bowling with the wind as well. Right end to have picked. Yesterday, perplexingly enough, actually, a lot of the Pacers decided that they wanted to bowl against the wind, which was a bit interesting. You'd assume that they want to use the wind to their advantage, especially because the wind is just going from left to right to the right-hander batter. You might want to try and use that for a bit of extra pace, a bit of swing in your advantage. Unfortunately, that wasn't quite the thought process yesterday.
And Manala, I talked about the other game on the other side between Samp Army and Clarion Eagles. That's going to be a must-win game, and all of a sudden we've got an overthrow here. So what should have only been a single, Manali turns up to be a couple of runs. Not ideal in T20, in which you want to save every single run. But in my game I was doing over there, Clarion Eagles and Samp Army, we talked about a must-win for either of the teams. This one here, the teams that wins the team that wins this match will put themselves in a very strong position to come out of that group.
Very late on that shot from Sammy. He was looking to guide it. Unfortunately, the ball had gone well past him before he ever got in the position to get some bat on it. Adil Bhatti, not the tallest of pacers, but he can get the ball to skid through. We do see that often with some of the shorter pace bowlers. They're able to get the ball to skid off the surface. Can be very surprising in terms of pace. A decent over comes to an end. Just the 4 runs coming off of it. It's going to be the end of the second over. It's 7 for 1.
I don't know when short fights on this, but I gotta go to my game. Why? What happened? My game is starting because if I fall back. Yeah, let me. I don't know where. Anyhow, you stay.
130 required off 108 deliveries. That's the equation. And while it might not seem like a lot in T20 cricket, these conditions have been very difficult to bat on, very difficult to get runs. So we'd expect a contest on our hands as it's Shadley van Schalkwyk back with the ball. Looks like he's painted his number on his shirt as well. Bit of spray paint on there. Getting the ball to rise into the batter. Able to hit the deck hard. We're going to have a change in the comm box as we say goodbye to Lenny for now and say hello to Faisal. Welcome back, Faisal. Saw you chit-chatting with the players, getting some insider information for us.
Whether I was giving information or taking information. Yeah, just a little break and then back at it again. Bit short-handed, so Lenny had to go to the other field.
Worked into the leg side, and this is better batting. Try and pick those gaps. Well, an early wicket is definitely not what they would have had on the cards here for the Thunderbolts.
Definitely with this target, it's quite a tough ask on this pitch. 137 to get. And the scores that we got here on this field yesterday, 130 to 110 was set, which the chase failed miserably, bundled out at 60.
Obvious movement out there. This one, Fuller allowing for the ball to swing as it just swings into the right-hander ever so gently. That's what you want to see. And fortunately, the last few deliveries, he's been a bit shorter on his length. Hasn't really allowed for that ball to swing. This time around, a bit fuller.
The feel that you get when you're standing outside is that there's a swirling wind, and it's very strong, probably stronger than at any time of the tournament since yesterday. It's Shadley getting the ball full, making use of that.
Well, some swing again on offer. This time this ball's muscled into the outfield. No real timing as they scamper across for 2 runs.
He's starting it way outside the off stump, the in swinger from Shadley. And it just came right into the hitting arc. Still, the ball not coming on as well, even with that newer ball now. Take outside half of the bat. The batter's job is really difficult, and I was just having a word with Zia Shehzad. Always good to catch up with players who spend time in the middle to get a gauge of what the conditions are doing actually.
Well, that's going to be a bit too much from him. Trying to keep it a bit too wide, and he's going to have to re-bowl that one. So what is some of the inside information that you heard?
That the conditions are tough, and I mean, if you're prepared to take your chances and go swing hard, you have minimal chances of success. And the only way is to get your head down and work really hard for your runs for extended period before you can find things a touch easier.
This time taking the ball away gently. Actually had a chance with Shubham Ranjane as well briefly, and he mentioned the same thing. Very difficult conditions out there. The ball isn't coming on as well as you'd like. And so, I told him you're so close to your half century, just kind of lost it at the end. And he said, honestly, whatever we got was decent given the conditions.
Yeah, definitely. Both of these boys, they really batted beautifully. There's plenty of movement on offer for Shadley. He's just gesturing with his arms. He's still struggling to control the lines and lengths of the areas that you want to hit when this kind of help is available. 3 done. Seattle Thunderbolts 12 for 1.
I have. Sammy just taking a look, figuring out where the fielders are, making sure that he can find those gaps when we need. It's a tricky skill sometimes. Slapped away. And well done in the deep as they come across for 2 runs.
Adil Bhatti is another of those bowlers. He's a very strong shoulder bowler. Will offer you good pace on good surfaces. So his pace on, certainly the batters would like much better than some of the slower bowlers. That movement, beautiful delivery. The ball swerved in the air, and then when it landed on the seam, it just cut the batter in half. Sami really had no idea, but this was a terrific delivery.
That's a decent start with the ball for the Gladiators. 14 runs, 3.2 overs in. And it's a big shout as well. The finger does go up, and that's going to be the second wicket. It's Adil Bhatti who's now part of the action, with Shadley Van Schalkwyk picking up the first wicket. This is more trouble as the Thunderbolts now lose their second.
Yeah, but he was bowling beautiful areas and just a bit too much for Sami. Look at that, zoning in on those stumps. Probably the impact was on the off stump and the ball heading halfway down the middle. Bhatti celebrates after he gets the verdict in his favour. Seattle Thunderbolts struggling with 2 down for 14.
Back into the action. 2 wickets down now. They've got to find a partnership like we saw with the Gladiators innings. They were 3 down, managed to find a really good partnership. Do they have it in them between these 2 batters in the skipper, Ian Dave and Aditya Ganesh? skipper Ian Dave Chauhan, having won the toss, putting themselves in to have a bowl first. Able to keep the momentum going their way. And they've now had a very large total set for themselves.
But he's bowling excellent areas. This is a terrific over. Things are not going to be easy for batters. We knew that from the get-go. Seattle Thunderbolts will be finding that out right now. 15 for 2 after 4.
I really like the shirt number on Chadley Van Skalkvik's shirt. I find the artistic ability, the artistic ability of the spray can. I'm assuming it is spray paint. There's some talent in there. A bit abstract as well.
Certainly it makes him stand out in the field. Easy to recognize.
Starts with a dot ball. Chadley Van Skalkvik 6 for 1. Gets the early breakthrough so far in the innings. Picks up the first wicket as well. So certainly showing his class and his experience for his side. That's going to be wide. The movement taking the ball even further away on a line that started fairly outside off stump to begin with. Bowling into that breeze. The breeze is also taking the ball away from the left-hander.
Must be very happy to see these conditions, Chadley Van Skalkvik, because he had a very, very difficult day yesterday. We went around the park a bit, and it was good to get a second opportunity pretty soon, and he's making good use of it today.
Quick single picked up, and it really makes me wonder how some of these bowlers in the IPL, for example, handle some of the onslaught that they receive. It is, and some of these bowling figures are horrendous by the end of their 4 overs.
I know that, and it takes me back to a famous quote from Brett Lee, almost, well, when IPL basically started, going back 10-15 years, probably around 15 years ago, when he said, back in the day, he said 15 years ago, that these days the fast bowlers, and now I'll generalize it, all bowlers should leave their egos at home.
That is anything but a fast bowler, though, isn't it?
That's coming from a man who delivered the fastest delivery, or one of the fastest delivery in the entire history of cricket. So if he says that, everyone else doesn't have a chance, really.
It's just very hard to associate pace bowlers with no ego on the field. Right through. And that the finger goes up nice and quick. The faintest of edges through to the keeper. Manak Patel with the gloves pouches. A fairly easy catch, and that adds to the troubles as the Thunderbolts have now lost their 3rd wicket.
Beautiful shape on the ball. Interesting gesture from the batter. He raised his hand as in appreciation of the delivery, or as a protest that he didn't nick it, but he walked away fairly swiftly. So that was probably indeed an appreciation of what a beautiful delivery that was from Chadley Van Skalkvik. He really deserved that wicket. He's been bowling good areas and finding that movement in the air and off the wicket. More trouble for the Seattle Thunderbolts. They're 18 for 3.
back to the action. 3 wickets down, 18 runs on the board, and all sorts of trouble here for the Thunderbolts as they sit at just 4.4 overs, needing still 119 off just 92 deliveries. And I don't know if this is signs or not, but we just start to see the ground staff getting ready as they walk towards the covers. I'm not really sure if they're anticipating some more rain. That's going to be a wide though. Shadley, not happy.
It started to come down, and Shadley would like to bowl those 2 deliveries to make sure that this is constituted a game. Get through to those 5 overs. The umpires are looking around. Probably they would want another hold up. I don't know how long this may be, but the ground staff is ready. The umpires just hoping that it's a passing shower. A sensible thing to do. Just give it at least a brief moment or two. For now though, they want to continue. Get through those 2 deliveries, Shadley.
Well, it's the end of the over. 5 overs gone. 19 for 3 with 1 ball to come.
Slight
think our
discrepancy.
scorer-
Yeah, there is a wide. The last delivery before that little hold up in play was a wide. So Shadley got through with his 5th delivery now. And the rain, interestingly, for now, has mellowed down.
A quick single picked up. A bit of a fumble allows for a comfortable single in the end. Now it's end of the 5th over, and it's 20 for 3. Little body back into the attack. Coming in from the highway end, bowling into the wind. Well, a completely different contest on the ground behind us, where they've seen a 200 plus score put on the cards in the same number of overs. So certainly very different playing conditions at that ground. They're a bit further away. They're also a bit lower in terms of elevation. So don't feel the breeze nearly as much. Different playing surface as well. This one, bit of movement, taking the ball away from the right-hander. Good carry to the keeper as well.
Plenty of movement for the faster men, and doing the right thing is the skipper just allowing the fast bowlers to go through with their spells. 3rd over for Bhatti. Shadley has bowled 3 overs as well. It's really cloudy and overcast and windy. It's like if you're playing in Essex somewhere and not Texas.
Makes me want some warm French fries.
Fish and chips excite you?
Well, I'm a
Traditional?
vegetarian, so the chips, sure.
Okay.
The fish, not so much. I'd rather have them swimming around in the ocean.
I get that. Just the fries. What else? What else in this weather? Vegetarian option.
No, just
Some
the fries.
fritters.
Fries hit home. I don't know what it is about them, but potatoes. It's also a very Kenyan thing. We had a lot of French fries growing up.
So what's the other famous snack, hot snack in Kenya?
Mandazis. Mandazis are like
Mandazi.
these. They're kind of sweet and doughy, and they're deep fried as well, of course, because everything comforting is deep
Some
fried.
fritter, pakora, samosa,
Pakoras are not bad. Yeah, yeah. Some onion ones and
potatoes in there.
potatoes. Yeah. So that's going to be wide. The wind just helping it further down leg.
I don't think if we're gonna get any of these today. Try and get in the ears of Mangesh. We're a little further away from these delicacies in town because
You're never far away from fries.
fries, yeah. Fries are everywhere.
Actually, I usually treat myself with some Taco Bell when I'm in the States and don't really eat it when I'm at home. Not the healthiest of options, but you know.
I think Taco Bell, all of them, they just taste the same.
Well, this is picked up and just falls short of the fielder as well. Some of the fielders not very happy with that fielding effort as it was just dying as it reached the fielder. However, a very tidy over comes to an end, just the 2 runs coming off of it. Also the end of the power play as it's the end of 6 overs. 22 for 3. Well, my co-commentator's just given me a line that I'm going to be using in the future. You're not health conscious, you're taste conscious.
Oh, absolutely. Me, anytime. And I always wonder why the most unhealthiest food are so tasty. What's wrong? I mean, the world is upside down.
Just throwing the bat out there as Shubham Ranjane now comes in. We see the first bowling change with Shadley Van Skalkwyk being taken off. You know, there are people who live to eat, and then the others who eat to live. And something tells me you're the first, where you're living to eat.
And I'm not ashamed of that at all.
You shouldn't be, absolutely. Fall into that category as well. Everyone appreciates some good food.
Yep, that's for sure.
We-
Makes a lot of people happy too.
Yeah, we
Put 'em in good mood
apologize.
and good food and good weather.
We apologize if we're making you hungry while listening.
Just plenty of movement still for the medium pace of Shubham Ranjane. Akhilesh Budegam giving the chase. Couple of runs. Runs have been hard to come by. It's just about the right time to talk about food.
It's lunchtime.
Central Standard. It's past midday. Eastern Standard. Just 1 o'clock. Still good enough time.
Oh, it's a check shot. Manages to get it in the gap as well. And the sun just starting to peek through now. Peeking through here and there in these thick, heavy clouds, only to have more clouds roll in.
It's fascinating what weather impacts on a game of cricket. Not just for the players, but also for the viewers and the conditions as well. It's just a fascinating element of this beautiful sport that is played outdoors.
It is a very weather-dependent sport compared to other outdoor sports, though, isn't it?
Absolutely. Especially the 22 yards.
So this is popped up. And again, gets away with it. It's twice now that he's not been in the most controlled ability through the shot. However, they will pick up a single off the last delivery of the over. It's 7 overs gone. It's 27 for 3. Oh, it's the captain with the ball now, as we see yet another bowling change. Both of the openers now given a rest. He's got a very interesting action for some seam-up bowling.
Interesting to see the approach of these two batters now, because run scoring has been difficult, but they know what they need to get, as opposed to what Zia and Shubham Ranjane was doing earlier on. Very angular kind of run up.
Oh,
Seems to have gone out of fashion, this, because back in the day you used to see so many bowlers with that kind of run up.
and now we try and go with the new school of thought, where you want your fast bowlers to have all the momentum going towards the target as linear as possible. It's not the quickest either. Very gentle in terms of medium pace. The run up as well.
I think because of the conditions, he's decided to give himself a go ahead of the usual spinners that are in the squad. He's the kind of bowler that you'll find on a Saturday Division 3, Division 4 league in UK club cricket, and they'll bowl from one end, bowl in that similar area, may end up bowling 20 overs from one end. Very difficult to get away on those damp pitches.
Especially because the batters have to generate all the pace by themselves. So there's not much being offered from the bowler.
And
Can be
there's
very tricky.
constant movement as well, in the air and off the surface, just a little bit, a tiny bit in and tiny bit out. I found the most difficult bowlers were the type that he's bowling.
And it's the areas that they land them in as well. Can't really go forward, you can't go back. Just very consistent with that length. And just like that, he's through his over nice and quick. It's 8 overs gone, 34 for 3.
It also hurts the ego of the batter. If you can't get him away, you start to think like, what am I good at then? Because he's not much of a bowler and I can't get him away. And that is where you tend to make those mistakes. 34 for 3 after 8. 103 required. That required run rate of 8.58 is very, very daunting in these conditions.
Ranjani back into the attack. Start the over off with a single. You've mentioned it, just cruising along, singles at a time. It's all they could really want to do right now until they build another partnership. Not the worst of ways to go about it here for the Thunderbolts. Of course, the captain there, he's been out there for quite some time now, just the 7 runs off his 17 deliveries. Might want to up the ante just a little bit, as this has worked into the leg side for yet another single.
I think they're doing it exactly the same way as Zia and Shubham did. But like I said, they know what's in front of them, and when they look at that run rate, it's very hard not to get intimidated by it when you see it around 8.5 or 9.
Slashed away. And this will find the ropes. No, it won't. Well done by the fielder in the deep, coming around quite some distance to cut that off. It's not a bad pay to take out of the books of Shubham Ranjane and his partner in crime in the first innings. They certainly brought themselves in a good position. And honestly, you might be daunted by that 8.6 required run rate right now, but there's so much time to come, and you've got plenty of wickets in hand as well. Just need to get as close to that target as you can.
The interesting part of the equation is that when they do all that hard work like Shubham and Zia did, they would still need an Adil Bhatti to score 20 or 5 deliveries. That could really be the telling contribution from the all-rounder. So this is what makes the task for the Seattle team very, very difficult.
This is intelligent batting. They're rotating the strike without really realizing. They're taking their singles, they're taking their doubles. On average, they're sitting around the same mark in terms of the run rate as the first innings.
Probably slightly ahead, because at the halfway stage, I think the Raiders hadn't reached the 50. The rain has started to come again. 9 overs done, 39 for 3. What the umpires would want to do with this persistent rain.
It looks like they're going to stick in there, hold their ground.
The last time they did at around 5 over mark, their call was a good call because we had gotten away with 4 more overs. It was coming down quite hard, but it did for a brief moment, and it stopped, and that's what they're doing right now. Trying to see if this one is another just quick passing shower.
And this is where the Thunderbolts have to be so careful with Duckworth Lewis.
Seattle.
We can see in that angle the rain is coming in pretty consistently, and the breeze seems to have picked up as well. Excellent running this as they pick up 3 runs, and it's a wide, so it's going to be 4 runs coming off that delivery. Can be very difficult to not only deal with the wind but also the spitting rain as a bowler. It makes it very difficult when that ball starts to get wet as well. You can't grip it as well.
He doesn't make it easy at all. Crucial partnership. Just take the rain out of the equation, which is falling consistently. They're building a solid enough platform if the game was to go the whole distance. There isn't any other way to do this as well in these conditions. Another nice little dab into the gap and a couple of runs, hard running between the wickets. They've really definitely taken a leaf out of the books of Jaya and Shubham from the first inning. Runs have started to come at a similar stage that it did for the Raiders. At the halfway stage, Seattle Thunderbolts 46 for 3. They have a job on their hand in the second half of this batting innings. They got a partnership going though. That is a good thing. 3 early wickets. They went very quickly, but similar pattern to what we had in the first innings. A partnership for the 4th wicket is in progress.
Ominous clouds, very visible in the skies there. They've come in with the heavy winds, and despite the sun shining through a couple of times here and there, giving us a ray of sunshine, a ray of hope, they've been covered right back up with more clouds.
Well, the sunshine that you were expecting in Texas hasn't come yet. Second day in a row, very little of it.
We should not be wearing a sweater in Houston or in Texas in general. Is this Tornado Alley? Are we in the Tornado Alley?
It is. We get special. I think I remember one 10 years ago, round about this time of the year. Really bad.
Well, that's picked up beautifully, and it's in the gap as well. It's going to go all the way for 6. Sashwat Kohli getting a good grip on this delivery. Sat up nicely for him as well, missing his line and his length on this occasion, Arin.
Well, that's a good start to the second half of the innings. This is where both the batters would think that they need to get the scoreboard moving along. Not with 4 and 6s generally, but when the opportunity does arrive, they will have to put it away, and Sashwat did it in great style. Now try and make this a good big over. Pick up whatever comes your way. Run hard, hit the gaps, risk-free cricket.
That's what you want to see, intelligent batting. It's not just about the big hits, you still got to continue rotating that strike, and they've done that really well. Picked up 2 runs. A little lazy from the outfielder as well.
I'd say this was beautifully placed. Just the right kind of weight on the ball to make the fielder come all the way. And the running is good. This looks good now for Seattle Thunderbolts. They need to continue it for a long way. This will happen from time to time. Ball just skidding underneath the bat. You got to get it out of your system as a batter and just continue to look for opportunity. Fast we went.
Better length this time, and just pushed for a single. They've tried really hard to minimize the number of dot balls in this innings, thanks to Sashwat Kohli and the skipper Ian Chauhan. Just starting to get a decent partnership going here. They've passed the 50-run mark as well, 55 for 3 now after 10.4 overs. Trying to stay in check of that required run rate. Looking to pull it, and this is going to beat everyone. Past the keeper despite the diving effort. It's going to allow for some runs. Bowler looking very dejected. Takes a bit of confidence to stand up to Manak Patel behind the stumps with your hands on your hips as well. one delivery to come in the over. It's turned out to be a decent one. Again, well placed. The fielder having to do the work, or the bowler having to do the work as they wrap up the 11th over. It's 58 for 3. Got a special guest in the comm box with us. We've got Mr. Hemant Dua, former CEO of the Delhi Daredevils and the current CEO of the Seattle Orcas. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's lovely to have
Thank you,
you.
Manali. Lovely to be here. It's a beautiful sunny day with little showers coming occasionally, but I believe the teams are playing well. It's good cricket on both grounds actually.
Yeah, it's been very entertaining at the other ground in terms of runs, and in this ground the conditions have been very difficult for the batters. A lot of movement for the bowlers. The conditions have helped them. Overcast conditions have persisted here and there.
Yeah, I saw the first innings. I mean, like, it was really tough, and I think Shubham did really well in control the way through. The conditions were tough. The ball was coming hard. He played well. He actually controlled the game for them.
And if it wasn't for that partnership, they would have been in some real trouble, having lost 3 early wickets. Spin into the action, bit of extra bounce available on offer, and they maximize it as this is slapped away for 4 runs. Just a bit too short this time, and width on offer. So you've now seen cricket, well, in the biggest market in the IPL, and now you're involved in what's being touted as the second largest market, or they want it to be. What are some of the differences and some of the positives that you see having being involved in the MLC?
Well, I think MLC's got huge amount of potential. Obviously, I think it's still growing. It's very nascent. I mean, like, you've got cricketers who have come from different parts of the world and are settled here, and I think it was great to organize this, and a lot of owners saw vision in it, and they've invested a good amount of dollars. And I think what it'll do is it's giving a platform for the USA cricketers to actually play against the best, right? So once you play against the best, you only become better, and that's what we want for USA cricket, and that's the intent largely. I think it'll only grow and become bigger and better once the grounds start coming up. Yes.
Well, that's going to be a wicket. Akhilesh starting a little short and wide, smashed away for boundary, and he's come back strong. He's picked up the 4th wicket, and just when there was a partnership starting to form, the Thunderbolts, they've lost their 4th, and it is the batter who was in form. Shashwat Kohli is going to have to walk back. The faintest of edges, Manak Patel does really well to hold on to that. And disappointment for Shashwat Kohli. And you've mentioned it, you only get better if you play against better, and MLC certainly helping the cause in that. And there's a lot of positives coming out of that, a lot of positives in the United States in general, with MLC, with minor league as well, feeding a lot of that system. And obviously there are more teams that they're looking to continue adding into it. New Zealand Cricket recently announcing as well.
Yeah, no, that's true. And I think what will help is actually once all the teams build their own grounds, right? I mean, like, that will actually spread the love of cricket. And you know, we in Seattle are doing similar. We're a team that we believe in local talent, and we believe in grassroots cricket, and we believe all the other teams are going to do the same. And once the stadium comes up, it'll make a huge difference. It'll give a platform for a lot of young cricketers who otherwise mostly play in the areas of Dallas and Houston throughout the year because the weather is more helpful. But with stadiums in 8 different markets, 6 different markets, it's going to make an immense difference to cricket in USA.
Now, what are some of the challenges that you faced? You know, people always want to see success and they want to associate everything with the positives, but there's a lot of work and a lot of challenges that come along the way.
Yeah, I think the challenges largely is about how you take cricket and make it more accessible. I think that's the key. The word being, I mean, like, right now it's largely followed and played by the Commonwealth population and largely South Asian, to be fair. I think it needs to move out of there. Once you can have a lot more children playing at schools, of all ethnicities and everyone coming together, that's what is going to spread the love of the game. And I think once that's done, Olympics coming up in LA in 28, that's going to be really helpful in promoting cricket.
Yeah, that's a massive platform, and it just happened to work out really well for United States to be hosting the Olympics, and you
Yeah,
would assume that that's going to be a good launching pad.
it is. I mean, like it's coming right after the World Cup, right? I mean, like we just hosted World Cup a year ago, and now it's going to be Olympics in a couple of years. Um, and then you've got MLC happening every year. You've got minor league happening every year, and you got tournaments like Houston Open and Atlanta Open and all other big tournaments that take place. So I think there's good amount of cricket that's happening. Um, People are noticing it, and it's being noticed not just here but globally. And a lot more players want to actually come and play here. So that's a good sign.
12 overs gone, 63 for 4. And the partnership being broken means they've got to try and get another one going here. The Thunderbolts. Credit to the Gladiators for getting the breakthrough when they really needed one. So how do you see the sport growing in schools and with the local communities? What are some of the initiatives being taken?
Yeah, so I think there is a fair amount of school cricket, under 14, etc., that is taking place in the Pacific Northwest, and we're trying to kind of work with those people who are already organizing, because we call ourselves as a startup. We don't have the army, so we work with a group of volunteers who actually go out and been doing it for many years, and we don't want to take that credit away from them. We actually want to kind of support and give them a platform to grow bigger. So I think the key is how can we give them more back, and so we are, whether it's in form of training, whether it's in form of processes, whether it's in form of coaching, or even giving the youngsters a dream to meet these top players. So we're bringing our team actually this year to Seattle for the first time, which has not happened in the past 2 seasons of yet, because we don't have a stadium. So we're going to be bringing a squad. We'll be doing a large family event where a lot of youngsters will get an opportunity to meet the players. In the past few years we did camps with Ross Taylor, so that young kids could actually learn. I mean, like, to bring such legends where these young kids can aspire and see what they went through, and when they listen to them, they kind of get some training with them. It helps a lot from that point of view.
Yeah, role models are very, very important, and it's incredible how interactions with your role models can stick with you for the rest of your life.
It does. I mean, like, it makes an impression, and I've heard a lot of cricketers come through the years who say that they've always had role models. I mean, like, if you see in IPL, also a lot of young cricketers who've come through, they say they were either following Sachin or Yuvraj, or all kinds of players. I mean, like, and that's what sticks with them. Yeah.
Yeah, we have very similar challenge. So I'm Canadian, and we have very similar challenges in terms of distances, lack of facilities, and then, like you mentioned, Commonwealth population plays a sport, and we're still trying to get grassroots cricket in the local communities. And that is what you're hoping for if you want the longevity of the sport and you want the sport to be integrated into the communities.
Yeah, I think, I mean, like, that's important, and I think MLC and USA Cricket are working together in seeing how they can actually bring more grassroots cricket. And I think USA Cricket's doing a great job, and we hope they keep doing that. And MLC is there to kind of help in whatever is possible in what we can. And I can't speak on behalf of MLC. I'm speaking more on Seattle Orca's behalf, right? So we believe we'll help any form of grassroots cricket that is in the Pacific Northwest, and we'll provide whatever platform is required. I mean, like, there's good amount of under 14 that happens, under 16 happens, under 19 is there. So we want to kind of give those platforms. We have a a platform called Cricket in a Box, which we've created and went, where we take there are volunteers who work with us, and they take these bats and balls, which are like even you call it like a either a plastic ball or a tennis
Yeah.
ball. We just want the kids to try hands, and we did this at the Mariners game, and a lot of people actually came out and tried their hand. In cricket, they find it.
That's actually a very good point because we have partnered up with the Toronto Blue Jays in the GTA, in the Greater Toronto area, and so every year we do cricket at the Jays, and we'll have a full setup where people can come in and try cricket with plastic equipment, and it's a hit every time. And you're able to target thousands of people who've come into the ground at that day. But great initiative, very similar. And I love that you guys are involved with not just introducing the sport to the locals, but I like that you're involved in the pathway. When you start with the under 15s, the under 16s, the under 19s, you've created a pathway for them, and they can see a vision to get to that MLC platform.
Yeah, no, credit is to the tons of volunteers who've been doing it over years, right? So we're just telling them, we're giving you a platform. I mean, like, here's a vision for the kids. They can graduate from there. They can start dreaming to play in the minor league and then eventually play for major league,
Yeah.
right? And then for USA, right? Now that's a dream. If you're able to give that pathway to a kid who sees, I'm playing a sport, I know I can make money in the future, I can bring a name to my country, and I can bring a medal for my country and play in a professional league, and it gives me a career opportunity. There's nothing better than that, and that's when parents start encouraging that too. And we want cricket to be recognized at the college level, and once that happens and when it's recognized at the NCAA, then cricket will take a next step, and that can only be done. So we believe we're very inclusive, right? So it's not just about men's cricket. We love promoting women's cricket too. So we love the girls playing. We want more girls playing for USA, and the more they play, it'll help our cause, because Title IX requires that both boys and girls should be playing equally. Then only it can come into NCAA. So, and that's what we want. Yeah.
That's actually quite lovely to hear. Because oftentimes I hear a lot about men's cricket, not nearly about women's cricket. And you definitely have a very strong side on your national side. There's a lot of women's cricket happening. So great to see a franchise putting in all that investment into not just boys cricket, men's cricket, but also women's cricket. Well, it's lovely chatting with you. I'm going to hand you off to my co-commentator Faisal.
Yeah.
I'm sure got some more questions for you.
Thank you, Malali. Lovely chatting with you too.
Thank
yeah.
you. Likewise.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Monali, and I'll get my chance to have a little chat with Mr. Hemant Dua. I watched you earlier on in the tent, keeping a close eye on proceedings. I want to just take you back to the venture that you're doing in cricket. Where did it all start? Where did you fall in love with cricket? Take us right back.
Oh, for me, I mean, like, listen, growing up in India and even in South Asian countries, I mean, like, I think everyone's in love with cricket, right? There is no other way. I mean, like, that's the sport out there. So everyone kind of follows cricket, so we all do. So I've been in sports all my life, but cricket happened when IPL actually came into existence. I used to be working with Octagon. I was actually doing Beijing Olympics in China, and then I moved back to India because of some family issues, and then the IPL happened at the same time, and then opportunity came with Delhi Daredevils, and I was like, yeah, so why not? And I mean, like, listen, I think cricket, we have some great professionals who do the cricket part. I just do the management aspect of the overall team, ensuring that the players get the best. But over the years, you kind of learn the game, and you start appreciating it more. But we still have some great cricket help. I mean, like, we got some great coaches in our midst, so I think that works for us.
But growing up, were you a cricket fan? You had
Oh,
your
absolutely.
heroes back then? That's what I wanted to
Oh, absolutely.
to
I mean,
ask.
like, listen, I've worked with some of the great cricketers across the years because of IPL. I've worked with, one of my colleagues is Sunil Walson, who was in the '83 squad, right? So
Yep.
he was a great left-arm bowler. I had T.A. Shaker.
Never got to play. The
Never
only
got to
time I
play,
knew he was in '83 when
but
I saw that movie.
he was an amazing bowler for
Yeah.
Delhi, right? So he bowled for Delhi for many years. I had T.A. Shaker with me as my colleague, he ran the MRF Base Academy for many
Oh, yeah.
years. So he's a legend, and he does camps around. I had Ashish Kapoor, who's played for India. He worked with us, who's now with Gujarat Titans right now. So all these great people, and then seeing as coaches I had like with me who I've worked with is Rahul Dravid has worked with us.
Oh.
Ricky Ponting worked with us. So
Doesn't get any better.
you
than
know,
that,
so
does it?
Eric Simmons, who's with CSK, worked
South
with us. So
Africa. Yep.
yeah, so we've had some amazing coaches. So I think there's not a Gary Kirsten works with us. So there are some top names. Growing up, we all loved cricket. So one of my favorite guys was Sunil Gavaskar, right? So I
Oh, yeah.
really loved him. I mean, like he was one of the top batsmen for India at that time. Yeah.
The action continues here. The run chase is on. And we've seen a massive 6 just now. And Seattle Thunderbolts definitely need a few more of those as we continue chatting to Mr. Hemant Doa. The realization of dream of cricket in America, we've seen I've been lucky enough to be involved with the minor league from its inception, even the exhibition season. And we were chatting in commentary yesterday, the kind of impact it's had on American cricket in the last 4 or 5 years. It's really taken to the top of most of the associate countries, the competition where they feature. USA clearly has shown that sharp rise in terms of the availability of pool and the talent, and it's all down to people like yourself and a lot of other people who take the initiative, because getting something started is not easy. You will have your worries, and you'll be skeptical about how these ventures might go, but it has really taken off quite nicely.
Yeah, I mean, like it takes people, some visionaries to kind of come up with a concept. IPL did that to cricket in India, right, and to globally to cricket what it has done to. So I think MLC is doing the same. So and it's salute to the guys who actually created MLC, and then the guys who invested the dollars, right? So it's saying I'm going to invest dollars, and see these are guys who say like I'll reap benefits 10 years or 15 years down the line, but at the same time I'll help grow the game in the region. And I think that you will see the effect, not now but in a few years more. I mean, I look at now USA is playing better by the year, and it's going to only grow. I mean, like, and I hope it keeps growing because there's so much talent out there. I mean, like, it just needs to it needs a platform, and MLC and MILC give you that platform.
Exactly, because even yesterday we were discussing that there's so many good players that can't get into the USA squad right now. They're the 15 or 16 traveling squad. There's so many that can easily get in, but there is no way in because the ones in there, they're performing so well, and there is backup. So that's where the MLC comes in, where these other players, the French players, they continue to get opportunities to get better.
Yeah.
Hence, the national team will continue to get better.
Well, I think it's a good problem for USA Cricket to have when you have a lot more talent out there, and I think USA Cricket would appreciate that. Like India Cricket, right? You have like talent coming out of IPL. Like you have a like a 14-year guy hitting a century, right? I'm like the other day. So that's a good problem for Indian cricket, and similarly for other leagues around the world. It's a similar. So the leagues only are a platform for a lot more talent who doesn't get an opportunity to be in the national team.
Absolutely.
To fight it out there and showcase that and USA only plays white ball cricket. So
Yeah.
if you have a league that plays white ball cricket, it only helps. US is not playing with a ball cricket, so that is another plus for this league to be out there helping promote white ball cricket out there.
Yeah, absolutely it does. Well, we can go on forever and ever, but I know you're here, you have commitments as well. We do really appreciate your time and chatting to us, informing our viewers about your plans and all your ideas, and we do really appreciate your efforts as well, and
Yeah.
we wish you all the best.
Yeah, and I would just encourage, thank you for your time, and I would encourage a lot more people who are watching this to go out and buy tickets and come and watch MLC this year. It's happening in 3 different markets. It's in Oakland for the first time on the West Coast, and then it's happening in Florida for the first time this year. And Dallas has always remains prime, so we would like more people to come and watch it. Yeah.
On this note, infrastructure is the key. Any plans for your home ground? That will be a game changer.
We're in the works, and we're hopeful that by 27 or the latest 28, we will have our ground ready for games. Yeah.
That will be awesome.
Yeah,
We'll
we're
certainly
looking
look
forward
forward to it.
Thank you
Do
for the
appreciate your
time,
time,
and thank
yeah.
you for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. The run chase is gathering momentum. The partnership is going on, and Seattle Thunderbolts 83 for 4 with 5 to go. That required run rate is up above 10, but we've seen earlier in the innings when the game goes deep, the fielding team does get under pressure. They will provide you with opportunities to score, and at the moment, at one stage where Seattle looked like they to her seat in the comm box. It was lovely chatting to Mr. Hamad Dua, and you just admire the people who took up the challenge to explore this market and take it to its true potential. And like you rightly said, at true potential, this could really be the second largest market for cricket. Kudos to all of these people who came up with those initiatives.
I mean, the talks of having stadiums around the country are absolutely incredible. Pulled away a little too short. The field is a little waterlogged from some of the sprinkling that we had on and off as they run across for 2 runs. It just goes to show how big MLC could get if you can start to have a stadium in every home hub, every city that's featured.
Yeah, I'm very passionate about infrastructure and all those leagues being played at home and away bases, as this one is carted away. Not tall enough, the fielder at short third. And the boundary of the over that the Seattle Thunderbolts need has come pretty early in the over.
It's an interesting time in the game here. Fielder thought he might have had a chance, just a little too high for him over the hands and to the rope. But that net required run rate right now is starting to creep up close to 11 runs, and you start to feel that maybe they're leaving just a little bit too much towards the end of this innings. 89 for 4. They need 137 to win this contest, and despite the skipper Ian Dave Chauhan out there, 31 off 26, he's lost partners along the way. It's going to take a lot of batting to get to the required run rate. 48 now required off 28 balls. Again, in T20 cricket, you'd think that's easily doable. However, the conditions have had a different say.
Bhaskar Yadaram is a big hitter. Oh, that was close. Could easily have ricocheted onto the stumps. The little glove onto the pad.
Not to be. Backing away, give himself some room this time, and goes up and over through the offside. That is a glorious looking shot for 4 runs. This is turning out to be a very expensive over from Akhilesh. 2 boundaries coming off of it so far, 1 delivery yet to come.
11 of the over. They've done better than the required run rate for this over. This was one of the shots of the day. Into out against the off spin. High risk shot, but beautifully executed.
Well, there's a plan in place, and they're trying to pick those gaps again, giving themselves some more room as this is guided for 2 runs to finish the over. Expensive over comes to an end. It's 16 gone, 96 for 4. 4 overs left in this contest. Currently going at 6 runs and over. Required rate is 10 and a quarter. Plenty of wickets in hand. I just feel like the momentum could swing back and forth a few times depending on the runs and the wickets, whichever decide to come when they do.
The deeper the game goes, the pressure shifts equally to both sides, and then it takes for the team that makes less mistakes that goes over the line. Hold your nerve and make less mistakes. The game has gotten to that stage, in my opinion, and both the teams are well and truly in it.
Shubham Ranjane coming in with the ball. And that ball coming in quite sharply.
More rain.
Certainly some movement as we see the clouds start to cry again.
Yeah, we want this game to be finished. This is turning out to be a very, very close game. 23 deliveries, but plenty of excitement left. Ranjane, with his experience, spent a long time on this pitch. He knows what to do to get hit. This was really, you feel, in the zone for the batter, especially hitting downwind. Couldn't get the elevation to lift it over that fielder at long off. You don't make this mistake against Bhaskar Yadram, because he will not flinch.
Back of a length, and this is slapped down the ground. This is a top shot to be able to hit it on the rise. It was rising quite sharply as well. Very good control to place it where he did.
It's an incredible stroke. That's the power of Bhaskar Yadram. This was nowhere near as a half volley, but he really just sat back, allowed the ball to bounce and waited for it nicely. That was the key. There wasn't much pace on offer. He created his own pace. He can do that because he's big and strong.
Oh dear. Poor delivery, low full toss. Tried to throw the kitchen of that. And unfortunately he's missed completely. Making Manak Patel at the back work pretty hard as well.
Yeah, he's looking to hit it too hard. Lost his shape. He couldn't believe his luck when he saw that full toss coming his way and missed out on an opportunity. Another boundary in this over could really make it a big one again.
It's a good delivery, keeping it nice and full outside that off stump line. They pick up 2 runs in the end. 8 runs off the over so far. Still not reaching that 10 and a quarter required, which means that rate continues to climb for them.
They're pretty reasonably keeping in touch though, with 1 delivery to go. The pressure is evenly shifting. You could sense that.
Oh, up and over, and he's latched onto this one as he's dispatched it for 6 runs. A little too full, allows for the batter to get right under it. Shubham Ranjane not very happy with himself off that delivery.
With on offer, he was looking to bowl away from the hitting arc, but skipper Ian Dave just moved right inside across his stumps. Fantastic shots in the last couple of overs, and all of a sudden you'd feel that Seattle Thunderbolts have got the momentum with them going into the final 3. 1-1-1 for 4.
Coming down to the wire here. Required rate now just 8.6 runs and over, thanks to that massive blow off the last delivery in the previous over. Shubham Ranjane being smashed for 6, and the curves, the worms just starting to separate as the Thunderbolts start to take the lead, partly because of the fact that they've held on to their wickets and their captain is leading from the front, who's been out there for quite some time.
Well, now the man who did it with the bat has got the ball in his hand. Zia Shahzad, the leg spinner, has been asked to bowl. And if he does it well, he might end up bowling the final over if it goes that far. That required run rate has dropped dramatically to under 9 now. It's a crucial phase. Zia bowled well yesterday as well. He's been put under pressure by his skipper to deliver. And that is the time to deliver, because if it doesn't happen now, it may just be too late for the Raiders.
Oh, gone high up in the air. Does it have the distance? Yes, it does. Right into the mesh grill there. And not the start that you would have hoped for. The bowler now under instant pressure.
That's the power of Bhaskar Yadram into the wind. I do not care, he says. Clears with ease.
Tries to go again. A bit of turn this time. Not really in the best of positions, Bhaskar. A much needed dot ball for the Gladiators.
Bit of turn as well for the leggy.
Well, that's going to be a big wicket. And a very well taken catch by Monak Patel at the back. The bowling change has worked. Despite going for 6 runs on the first ball, he's come back strong. And he's gotten the big wicket of Bhaskar.
Sharp leg spinner, pace on, and turn and bounce. Brilliantly taken by Monak Patel. Standing up to the wicket. There's a good bit of deflection, but he really got his gloves in brilliant position. Superb bit of cricket there from the USA skipper, as Thunderbolts lose a big wicket. Big hitting Yadram goes 117 for 5.
Well, the game has started to swing yet again. After that 6 in the first delivery, we thought maybe this was going to be a bit easier for the Thunderbolts. And now, having lost Yadram, the momentum has just started to swing back to the Gladiators. You've got a new batter coming out in the middle. Yes, the captain's out there who's on 46 off 32. But momentum shifts when you lose a wicket. And not everyone's got the late hitting capabilities of Adil Bhatti that we saw in the first innings.
Absolutely, and a leg spinner turning the ball as Zia is. If he's able to land those 3 deliveries in good spot, you could feel that the batting side will be under pressure again. Not much in it at this stage though. An edgy boundary will help the Seattle Thunderbolts. A couple of dots and a wicket will give the Raider Gladiators some more hope. 20 to get off 15. On the face of it, you'd say the batting team has it. Batting has been difficult all day.
I've got to give credit to some of these batters who have stood in there and taken their time to get to a different position. They came in difficult times and they've been able to try and get themselves more comfortable, get their team in a more comfortable position. Now seen 4 batters especially. 2 in the first innings between Shubham Ranjane, Zia Mohammed, Sashwat Kohli, and now Ian Dave Chauhan, the skipper.
We haven't given enough credit to Ian Dave for his innings. He looks in complete control even at this late stage. Just pushing the ball into the gap, calmly taking the single. He's the key in my opinion. Elmore Hitchinson is a big hitter. Single to finish off the over. Good comeback after the 6 from Zia. Still 9 of it up above the run rate that was required at the beginning of the over. 2 remaining and 17 needed.
Game coming down to the wire. Just 2 overs to go. Going at over 6 runs and over. And this is a very clinical chase. We thought it would be very difficult to be chasing this total, but they've held in there. They've held on very well with Thunderbolts. Some mature innings, some good partnerships, some smart batting. Very particular with the shot selection as well.
Yeah, in the context of the tournament, Raiders Gladiators, they lost a close one yesterday. They lose this one, they will be out of the tournament, almost out of the tournament, with a four teams group in a round robin. When you lose 2, you need some miracles to get through.
Bringing the ball into the right-hander. He's a big man, Elmore. Long levers, a lot of power. Just got to get some bat on ball.
Yeah, he's known for his big hits. He's closed out many a games in his career. He's very well experienced.
Well, talk about long levers. And he does manage to find bat on ball. Unfortunately, he's found a fielder as well. Shubham Ranjane can do no wrong today as he takes a really good catch in the deep. And that's going to result in yet another wicket. Momentum shifts yet again.
Big wicket. And a dot ball as well. Shubham Ranjane at the right place at the right time. Once again, the game takes a twist. This has been a fascinating battle. And with 10 deliveries to go, there's still plenty to play for both the teams. 120 for 6, Seattle Thunderbolts.
Twists and turns in this game as we see another wicket fall. New batter in. Extra bounce, pulled away, and pulled away all the way for 6 runs. Could this game swing any more?
Wow. How a rally. Where you been? First ball, easy as you like. What is all the fuss about conditions and batting being difficult? Not for me.
A terrible piece of bowling. Unnecessary to have bowled a short delivery. I know you're bowling to tail ender, however, you still want to bowl in smarter areas than that. This one sat up quite nicely to be able to get smashed away for 6. You got to feel for Ian Dave, who's been at the non-strikers for some time now on 47, just 3 runs away from his half century. He's played very well.
He'll be delighted to see that ball sail over from the non-striker end. Look at the bowling options available for the final over. If it goes that far, no less than 8 bowlers have been employed. So plenty of options available. Akhilesh has got 1. Ziyaz bowled only 1. He got a wicket. Will you give the leg spinner the final over? Who else? Adil Bhatti, normally a good death bowler, good Yorker bowler. He's got 1 left.
Pick up a single and smart batting. The tail ender able to get his captain back on strike. Target now just 10 runs away, and they've got a whole 8 deliveries to get there. You'd feel that the Thunderbolts should have this game, unless there are a couple of wickets that the Gladiators can pick up.
I feel there is 1 boundary hit in it. The sooner it comes for the batting side, the better.
Oh, it's just flicked off the pads. Poor piece of bowling again. And it's been punished. It's another maximum. That's 2 sixes in this over. And this over from Vineeth is turning out to be a bit of a game changer.
And 54, the skipper as well, Ian Dave Chauhan, the first man to cross the 50 today. He batted beautifully, and probably this hit has sealed the fate of this game with just 4 needed. Once again, too short from Vineeth, sitting up, but good on the part of Chauhan that he picked his spot and just helped it on its way. This has really been a terrific knock. And he's seen his side almost over the line with 4 needed on 7 deliveries. It might not even go to that final over.
This is an interesting time to be taking drinks with 1 delivery still left in the over. They're still looking for the ball. You've got 2 fielders in the grasslands at Prairie View Cricket Complex. I think the umpire is joining them as well. We'll take a short break and we'll be back as soon as we have got the ball back in action. Well, it looks like we're not going to be able to locate that ball. The umpire coming in with a new ball. Coming in with a ball that will hopefully be in very similar condition as to the one that was lost. 1 delivery to come in the over. It's been a very expensive one. A whole 13 runs coming off of it so far. And it just might take the game away from the Gladiators. Really good bowling. And finally we do see a half century. Seen a few players get in their 40s. Cut away. And it's going to be a single to end the over. 134 for 6 at the end of 19. And just 3 runs left to win this contest for the Thunderbolts. Just 3 runs needed, 6 deliveries to get there. And we are going to see some leg spin action. It looked like it might have been Shadley van Schalkwyk at one point, and they've decided against it. Decided to go with a spin option instead. Probably not the worst of decisions here, given that Shadley was quite expensive yesterday in his bowling spell.
For a moment I thought the skipper was going to give him the ball to go ahead and redeem yourself, but then he took his cap back from the umpire, and Zia Shehzad with his leg spin will try to defend 3 with 4 wickets standing.
Starts quite straight, and that brings the scores to just now 2 runs away from the game.
You've got to land it on a length and allow it to spin at pace, like he did after he got hit for the 6 in the previous over. Still 2 to defend of 5 deliveries. Field is coming in. There is a temptation now for Howard to go big.
Good movement from Zia Shahzad. Able to get it in the right area, grip the surface as well, just takes it away from the right-hander.
Play that. Land it there. If you can do it again, Zia.
Missing his line. Quick single and a poor throw. Scores are level. Just one run away now to see the Thunderbolts sail home, and it's been an incredible chase from the Thunderbolts, a very mature chase, and led from the front the captain Ian Dave with 55, and fitting that he might get to hit the winning run.
Well, he's definitely my player of the match. There was one.
Well, it's going to be a poor delivery to finish this game. It's a low full toss, and it's been struck down the ground for an easy single. That's going to be the game. And it's the Seattle Thunderbolts who see themselves sail home. A little bit of frustration from the bowling side, and they thought they had this game in the bag with some early wickets. Not to be, though, thanks to really clinical performance with the bat from the Seattle Thunderbolts. They win the contest by 4 wickets. And with the captain leading from the front, he'll be proud of himself and of his side.
It was a wonderful effort from Ian Dave Chauhan. Just punching the air when he hit the winning runs. And he deserves the accolades. Look at that knock in the middle. He came when 3 wickets literally fell for nothing. He stringed together a partnership with Kohli and then with Bhaskar Yadram. Howard's big blow towards the end was also important, but skipper will be the man of the moment for Seattle Thunderbolts, really guiding a clinical run chase. The conditions weren't easy, not that these batters are used to, but he really applied himself, and he was absolutely terrific for his side.
Handshakes all around. So we take a look at the bowling. Wickets for Shadley Van Schalkwyk. You got to give him credit. He got the wickets started. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough with his 2 wickets. Adil Bhatti chipping in with a wicket along with Akhilesh, Vineet and Zia Shahzad. Not to be, though, the bowling performance. Unfortunately, just not good enough as they're unable to defend the 137 that they had set for the Seattle Thunderbolts. A very clinical performance from the Thunderbolts as we see them sail home. We're going to take a short break here. There is another game coming up, so don't go too far as we get ready. We'll be back as soon as possible.